Hi, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. There we go. Oh, shit. That's not good either. Where y'all at? Where's Stoner at? Stoner, you were just on the other stream, so you better be around. Welcome. Alice will be on in a minute. Welcome to Scissor Me Timbers. I guess I better share it. Stoner, is that you? Is that you watching, Stoner? Or Joe? Or just some quiet person? Welcome everybody to another Thursday. It snowed a lot here in Colorado. It's good, Stoner. I was hoping you'd come back. How much snow did Greeley get? Oh, hey, Lance. Are you not working today? Are you sick or are you just not working today? You can catch us live on our Thursday. Alice will be here in a minute. Alice was sick for a couple days, so she's pulling herself together. Oh, you're doing more of your bets? Come on, Stoner. We gotta get that Kohl's Cash money. A dusting. Okay. Yeah, Larkspur got like a good, I'd say a good 3 inches, maybe 4. Maybe a good 4 inches. You can do a lot of damage with 4 inches, right? Just kidding. No, it really was snow. It stopped snowing now, but it's beautiful. It's like the first snow. I should take you guys out to see it real quick. While we're waiting for Alice, let's go look at the beautiful snow. And hopefully I don't accidentally drop the stream or something, but all right, we're gonna go for a little walk. I'm not wearing glasses tonight. Hopefully my eyes look okay. It's so cold. I've been freezing all day. All right. Will it show up or is it too bright? You guys see all that snow? It's too bright. There we go. We got a good amount of snow. Exactly, Paul. Oh, damn, Lance. You're a worker. Make hay while the sun shines. Yeah, Paul, I don't get the whole size queen stuff that people are about. I don't get that. Like, I can understand if it's like nothing, but what can you do, you know? I've never had a problem. And I mean, not that I'm as slutty as people think, so I haven't been like with a bazillion people. Hey, 1MA again. Sorry I didn't chat with you too much, 1MA, on the other stream. You like my beanie though? Because it's cold. It's cold out. I can't believe we got our first snow. And I get to be at the cozy house for it. I'm down here. High in the road. Who else we got here? Stoner, 1MA, Paul, Lance. That's a lot of work, Lance. You do that every day or like a couple times a week? Only 3. Oh, yeah. So you're essential, Lance. I mean, we're all essential, but you are very essential. Someone just a Republican texted me for voting. And I'm like, no, Republicans didn't do anything. Stop talking about abortion. Every day, damn Lance. I hope you're making a bunch of money putting that away. I miss you too. When I miss Twitter so much, guys. Like, I'm over the initial addiction loss of it, but like, I miss Twitter. I miss all my Twitter friends. It was just the way I just like Twitter, how you can interact on Twitter. It's just so fun and easy. And you get to talk to people and you get to read news. And I was good at Twitter. Let's face it. I'm just a normal person. I had a big following because I was good at it. And I'm just really likable too. That was part of it, I'm sure. But so you work 2 to 10, 8, and then another 2. You work 2 shifts, 16 shifts a day, man. Thank God for all you hardworking people. Lord knows I'm not. I used to be, not anymore. Hey, Adam. I wonder if we'll see Adam's butt tonight. We'll see that thick butt. I was just looking through pictures when I was at the renewal. It was a good time. There's one picture of us where you're holding your shirt. I think I've sent it, but Adam's holding your shirt like that. I love it. It's like the cutest picture. I forget who else is in it with us though. Okay. Where is my clue? My big trips this year have been Cleveland and Wisconsin. Dude, I took so many pictures. Maybe his booty will make us showing. And then I want to pull this picture up of us because it's so cute. Oh, I hope it's. Oh, maybe it wasn't mine. Oh, yeah. It's you, me, and Hex. That way. I love that picture of us. Adam, like, you were having so much fun there, Adam. Oh, my screen's dirty. Sorry, guys. Who else we got here? Everyone go support Chrissy Mayer if you can. She's got a 7-day ban off of YouTube. I invited her to come on, but I know she's busy because they had their content house tonight. And they're going to do all these streams to make money for people. And then they banned her. Rude. You are very fly for a white guy, Adam. Very, very fly. Oh, here's your wife. Hold on, here, let me plug my phone in. Let's see how Alice is doing today. Hi.
Hi.
Do you feel better?
Yeah, I feel a lot better.
You feel lighter? You lose a couple pounds?
Probably. Probably after that, man. That was rough. I haven't puked from being sick in a long time. Puked from alcohol, but I haven't puked from being sick in a long time.
Hey, Hockett. Good evening. Yeah, that those stomach bugs like that are the worst. Like we were texting, and I'm like, I threw up the other day too. We were saying smelling like throw up, and I was like, yeah, I smelled like throw up the other night too, but it was because I made myself throw up because I drank so goddamn much.
Yeah, see, that would have been fun, but that was not it. And it was like I had a bad fever, and getting like chills and stuff, and like I got throw up all over the bathroom, could not make it there in time. And it was all in my hair, and I was just like, I don't even care. I'm just going back to bed. I'm gonna die like this.
Yeah. Do you think it was the clams now, or do you think you were sick?
I don't know. Like I've had food poisoning before, and I just felt like it was a lot more violent than that. And Adam talked to our friend Stevo that you met, and he went to like culinary school, and Adam asked him, he was like, could she have gotten sick from eating the clams cold? He was like, no, if they didn't make her sick before, it's not going to make her sick then. And then Adam was like, well, I forgot about this, but I did leave them in the car all night. And I'm like, was it cold that night? Like,
who knows? Hey, Spanky. Hey, First Shot. Hey, Laszlo.
What up, everybody?
Stopped in Golden Lance. I'm in Larkspur right now, and it snowed a lot down here. So puking is first shot says puking is great. I hate it. Sometimes it like relieves you, and then sometimes it's like when you're sick, and then you're just like throwing up nothing because you've thrown everything up, and you're just like, like you're so
hurt, but yeah. Like sometimes
bile.
when you're hungover or like you were drinking and maybe you get the spins, like sometimes you will feel better, like you'll throw up and like, okay, I can just go to sleep now, like I'm good. But when you have like that kind of throwing up and you just keep throwing up, there's just no relief. And it's like you throw up and you're just like, okay, it's better now. And then it's like, nope, not better. Not better at all.
No. That was the other night when I was on that podcast and I got blackout fucking drunk. But I think I drank so fast and then I threw it up so fast and then I didn't feel sick the next day and I should have. And hopefully I didn't say any names or anything, right? At the end of that. Because I was just talking about people. I was like,
or the
no, the one when I was on that Sex Magic podcast and I got fucked up. I don't know. You watched some of it.
That was fucking funny. You were really drunk. What are you drinking?
There was one Leinenkugel in the fridge here, so I grabbed it. So
what
cheers. There's other beer in there too, though I can drink, but I'm gonna start with the light one. And I drove through Chippewa Falls just like 2 weeks ago where they make it. So Adam can drink it now. First shot says he would prefer to be miserable than throw up. I used to be fine with throwing up. I used to throw up a lot. And then now I think because I'm getting older, everything's now it just, even if it's an easy puke, it just hurts more or something now, like it's just, ugh. Hey, Zurich. Oh, good. I just hopefully said I talked about my high school bully. I just hope I didn't say his name or something. That's all. Honest to God, and I texted Sean. He was like, "Do you remember signing off?" And I was like, "Nope, I don't even remember signing off." It all happened so fast. I signed. I did sign off. I'm sure. I haven't gone back. I'm too embarrassed to go watch it. But I signed off, hopefully, and then in the morning, my computer was moved. I'm like, what did I do? And then I found that shirt I had on. It was throw up on. So, I hope I didn't start throwing up while we were still streaming, because I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't think you threw up streaming. Okay, you're fine that night.
Oh, I was. Go ahead.
I got really drunk at that clam bake, and we were like always supposed to go there for a few hours because the kids were home alone, and I was like, "Fuck it, they haven't fucking texted us. They're fucking fine." Like, I used to stay home with my brother like that. My parents would go out. Yeah. And yeah, I was drunk. I fell. I got a really bad bruise. And what sucks is I fall sober. And I always tell Adam, I was like, see, that's why I like to just drink at home when I'm by myself, because I can have no beers and fall on my ass, so it's
really drunk. Yeah. How are my headphones fucking?
Oh, yeah, I can't hear you. Could you hear me? Oh, someone's calling you.
What is happening?
Leinenkugel. Okay, bye, Paul. Thanks for coming by, Zurich. First shot. I've done white strips before. First shot, I think I just have white teeth.
This stop.
Can you hear me? She'll be back in a minute.
Am I gone?
Yeah, I think she's getting a call. I can hear her a little bit. She might have to pop out and pop back in.
I'm going to leave and come back. I don't know if you can.
But some of those white strips do work, and I've always used white toothpaste and stuff. Do you think I have white teeth? Too bad. Yeah, but I'm missing a tooth right now in the back. I don't know if you guys know. I swallowed my crown. So tomorrow I'm getting another crown. So I have a missing tooth right. Well, the tooth is there, but not really, because they grind it down. So if you guys want to see something gross, let me know. I'll open my mouth up for you. See my gross missing crown. Crown, which is Corona, which I don't have any Coronas down here. Damn it. Did not prepare. I didn't think I was going to drink, but I'll drink a little. Why not? I should be drinking like hot cocoa and brandy or something, but can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
That fucking laptop going. I put my phone on do not disturb when we stream. I don't like get like texts and stuff all coming through and alerts and stuff. But for some reason, my daughter's friend just called. But sometimes it'll come to my phone when they use like the Google Duo. And it was ringing, but there was nowhere to like decline it. It wasn't like it was just ringing in my ear.
We got it. We figured it out now. We're smart.
So smart.
Oh,
Smart.
hi, Kyle. Kyle's just said, Kyle, who we were just on with, he's like, wow, I can't believe how long it's been since I've seen you. And I've cracked a light beer now, Kyle. I was just going to say something about the phone. Dang it. Oh, well, it'll come to me eventually. So
Yeah, we got it.
Still.
We got it pretty much figured out how we're going to set it up so that when we stream, the kids can't get to us anymore. So that we can have fantasy.
The privacy.
I won't be sitting out here anymore.
Was it cold out there right now?
It's actually nice. I put on a long sleeve shirt under this and I'm fine now, but without the long sleeve shirt I was like, it's kind of cold. And I tried to put my hood on.
Hoodies are cold. Here, you didn't see when I showed everybody outside here right now. Let me show you too. Going on a field trip. First shot, yes. Give me my workout recommendations. I love whenever something happens and everyone in the chat remembers it. It's funny. And post stoner, I did pretty good for sober October. I didn't drink most of the days in October. So
most of the days.
That's all that matters. Oh shit. If I drop the stream, I'll be back. See how much snow there is?
Oh wow, it looks so pretty too. All fresh and white. Well, I'm sure that snow doesn't.
I was happy to be. I was planning to come down here anyways. I didn't even know if it was going to snow, but I'm like, I like being here because I was a kid growing up here. So like, I'm like, shit, I gotta get a sled again because we have badass hills and I have actually a brand new. Oh God, I'm a hot mess right now. I have brand new snowshoes, but I left them at the other house and I forgot to bring them down here because I want to leave them down here.
I need boots.
You need new boots, like snow boots.
Yeah, I have like the fake like UGG type boots for
the comfy ones.
Yeah, and I have rain boots and no winter boots.
I always like, I don't know. Yeah, I have like cute boots and I don't have like an expensive pair of nice winter boots. What the hell? Sorry, I'm having a hard time setting this book up. I'm having a hard time already. Isn't this fun? We're like it's like old school Scissor Me Timbers. I'm so glad you're feeling better though.
Me too. That was rough.
It's never fun to be sick because you can't control it.
Thank you.
Speaking of which,
ask Daddy what he did with other beer. Beer thief.
Did you say conspiracies?
No, Adam's a beer thief.
Oh, beer thief. Okay, there we go.
He was like, there's 4 beers left in here. And I was like, and if you get me a tall boy, that'll make a 6-pack. And so then I went to get a beer and there's only 3 in there. So I think he stole one of them.
Yeah, they disappear. You said you still have some of those Coronas, right?
Yeah, and I can drink like a couple Coronas.
People like hate them, and I'm like, I don't know.
It's I think a lot of beer, like there are people that really do enjoy like trying all these different beers, especially like the darker beers and stuff. But the only reason I drink Bud Light is because I lived with my boyfriend and his best friend, and his best friend turned 21, and he would just get Bud Light, so I would drink Bud Light. Right. And then when I did go to this bar that I went to, the actual bars would be packed with people. But then there was the beer tub girls, and yeah, they would have like Bud Light, Miller High Life, Corona, like just like the most basic beers. And I would just go to the beer tub because it was quicker, and I already liked Bud Light, so that's why I drink Bud Light. It's not. It was yeah.
I like it. I like that you drink it in your renewal ceremony too. I have that picture, like you guys when you cracked open your beers in the ceremony. I love it.
I gotta like ask everybody for pictures and stuff so that I can print some. But like my favorite one is me and Adam by the cake when I have the knife and I don't know.
I had a bunch of those. I sent you some of those, I think.
Yeah, one of the ones you sent to me of that I printed.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, like I made like a nice black and white photo of it, and then Grayson stapled it to other photos. So that was nice of him.
I just was like, someone's breaking into the other house, but it's the neighbor girl putting a package in for Mr. Forsyth. Like, what the heck? There's someone actually doing it. No, it's all good.
Oh, I'm gonna grab something, and then we should talk about Elon.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
I hope, if anything, I just hope you guys get your accounts back.
Or just let me make a new, like, I tried to make another one the other night. It was instant.
Yeah, they're trying to keep you off of there before Elon takes over, hoping you'll never get your account back.
Some stupid, rude bitch just doesn't want me on there. I don't know. I actually think, and then I was thinking the other day, because me and my friend Kyle we've always been kind of going after the local news dudes here that are like just commie scum. And he got like they actually texted him from a Twitter comment. So we're going to talk about it next Tuesday on my channel. He's coming over. They basically doxed him and like threatened him. So then I like right before on that account, right before it got banned, like the last thing I did was share something stupid that one of the people said, Oh, and right before then I had said something else to another one and he blocked me because it was the one where he's complaining about having to drive an hour. And I'm like, oh my God, journalists complains about having to do journalism more at 10 or something, you know what I mean? Like they're like evil and they're vile, and the things they are saying now after the fact with all the COVID stuff, like they're just like, he's like doubling down, and it's bizarre to see it. So we're gonna just keep messing with them. It's like, fuck them. If you're gonna text my friend off of like, be like, oh, I find your number through Twitter, like badass fucking new journalist, like, we're gonna fuck with them back. Fuck them. He was the one I remember. I don't know. Well, there's 3 or 4 of them that they all suck. But I said something like, oh, remember that one time Kyle Clark shamed people who were on a beach outside, blah blah blah, and then he's like,
that I remember.
And then he shared it, and just like he was like, I didn't do that, and I'm like, well, why did you fucking share that? And like he literally proved my fucking point. It was so funny, and like I'm like, with that news article that got released talking about how the CDC and HS, it's open. Oh, hold on, let me go let him in. You got it? I'm streaming.
I guess Mr. FM is on. We're in trouble.
But those motherfuckers were getting paid by the CDC or in the Health and Human Services, and like they were all told what to say and to shame people. So it's like, fuck you, and fuck anyone who fell for it, because you're an idiot.
Yeah. The CDC couldn't even control the zombie apocalypse. I was like, well, I told you I've been watching a lot of The Walking Dead while I was sick, and so I've watched like all the last episodes. I think there's like 3 more left now. But then yesterday, Adam and I got Netflix again, and we went back and started watching it all over again. There was the part with the CDC. I don't think Adam was awake for it, but a little bit earlier than that, I told Adam, I was like, see, the zombie apocalypse would never happen. I was like, because people really would just stay in their homes. Like, that's what they would do. And I was like, and honestly, that's what they should have done. Then we wouldn't have had a show, but,
Right.
yeah, it's so funny, like when you watch stuff in Hollywood or, you know, whatever. And a lot of us like understand it's fiction or we're well enough educated that we know what that is. So there's a part in the recent episodes and they end up in this uh like little town, not little town, but big town for the apocalypse. And I just know people watch that and they're like, oh yeah, that's capitalism. And I'm like, no, that's fucking communism and that's fucking politicians using youth. Like the politician came in after the apocalypse, took over, and she's living a lavish life while you guys are all fucking sitting there working your asses off, sleeping in these tiny ass little fucking rooms while she sleeps in a big fucking house. You fell for it all over again. You fell for it all over again in the name of safety. But there's a great part in the episode, and the one girl says, she's like, I miss being free. And the dude's like, you know, but things are better here and blah, blah, blah. And she's like, yeah, but how much better? And what are we sacrificing? And it's like, yeah, your freedom. That's what you're sacrificing. And like they won't, like only certain citizens were allowed guns. Oh, and they had equality written on the one wall. And I'm like, I wonder if this who's making the show now is kind of making a shot at what we're seeing now. Like, is this like a little jab towards, you know, the left? She can't do too much because she'll get kicked out of Hollywood. And I'm sure that brought that job. I'm sure she's getting paid very well.
Right. I know it's funny watching older shows and you're like, oh shit, they get canceled for that now. I've been rewatching Scrubs. I'm like, holy shit, this would get canceled now.
That was a cute. I didn't watch it all the time, but that was a cute show.
Yeah, it was just like silly.
Watching shows from the 80s and 90s is kind of crazy.
Yeah. Who's got to win first shot? They're talking Phillies. That's baseball. Then since you'll be the breadwinner. Hey, CC. No, but like giving up, like think of how many women, especially, you know, that are like, they don't want to work or whatever, and they give up, and then they're miserable, and they, you know, because they have easiness, but they don't have freedom. Like a lot of people have discovered that in life. Like like when you're growing up, if your parents are financially supporting you, guess what? So they kind of make the rules and shit. And it's like not worth it sometimes. It's like worth it to not be. That's what I did. I was like, fuck it. I would rather be broke.
I'd rather be poor than not free, for sure. Like if I had the choice between an Adam that was really, really rich, but was like a dick kind of to me and didn't allow me to still be me and be free and whatever, or, you know, blue collared Adam that still left me be me. Because I do see that with some men, like the way they treat their stay-at-home wives, and it's like, that's why some women don't want to stay home. It's not just because of the feminist movement. It's because of the way some men treat their women. You know, perfect example, Adam and I were at a softball game, and we would alternate nights who woke up with the baby. You know, because when you're both walking around like zombies, because the baby's just keeping both of you up every night, it just doesn't work. You know, so you get a break, I get a break. So I was drinking and I said, I'm like, yeah, I can get pretty drunk tonight because it's not my night to wake up with Grayson. And this guy whose wife stayed at home, he was like, see, I wouldn't put up with that bullshit. I'm the one who gets up and goes to work every day. And I was like, fuck you. Fuck you.
If you can't like compromise and make it work for you're both happy, then fuck off.
Yeah, no wonder like for your birthday you go to work and you brag about a blowjob. Like maybe you would get more blowjobs if you were a little bit nicer.
Man, I can't imagine being in that type where it's just like, you know, like I have my problems, but it's not because of that. Because like that would just suck when you're like, yeah, I just like we always joke about it too. It's like, where are you gonna get the money for that? It's just like funny though in some instances, right? Like but there are people where it is very strict and they're very like rub it in, you know?
Yeah.
So, oh, he's trying to get, there's a fireplace behind me. He's trying to get the fire started. I'll show it to you when it starts. It's a gas fireplace, but
No. Yeah, we gotta start getting the wood in here for our fireplace. I'm gonna have to pee soon because it's colder out here, and my hair is like bothering me so much.
why?
I don't know. It's like, it looks
Because it's
weird.
got vomit in it. No, just kidding. Oh. Yeah. Do you want to pee real quick? We'll take a break.
Yeah.
Okay. Be right back, everybody.
What's up, fellas? So you guys ever notice that Forrest Mommy will start looking at the chats and just see some normal degenerates in there talking shit, and she don't read any of them. But if it's like an actual intellectual comment, she'll read it. But coming from the handful of degenerates in there, never gets read. What the fuck's up with that, man? Fuck. Here you go, Stoner.
What do you want to say first shot? Just say it. I don't want to read. Oh, to your wife. Anyway, did he come in? I didn't see him. Oh, stinker. Stoner, stop it. First shot just gave us another $1. Or not first shot, Stoner. I guess he's doing good on his bets. I'll bring Tanner in a little bit later, Stoner, so you can see him.
Little pan.
He as soon as we got here, he's like, bye. He went and slept up. He's been up in he came down for dinner, his early dinner, and then he went right back up, went out, poop, went up. He's it's so cute. It's so chilly though here. Ooh. That's the one thing about bigger houses is it's like they're cold, like it's stupid to build a big giant house. Like some of these houses you see, I'm like, you pay so much money just to heat vaulted space, or
Yeah. My friend and I were talking about vaulted houses, and I was like I like them, and I think they're really pretty, and I like it when we've stayed at cabins that have the high vaulted ceilings and stuff, and there's whatever.
Yeah, like a pretty.
Yeah. And I was like, man, I feel like it would be so cold. And it just feels so open. Like, I always one of those things I love the most about our house is our living room. Because it's not too big, it's not too small.
You got a cozy living room, the way your couch is, yeah.
Yeah. It's not too big, not too small. And you get a nice fire going there in the winter. Oh, it's so nice and toasty and warm. I remember movie nights when I was a kid. And yeah.
Yeah, sometimes if it's smaller with the vaulted thing, it actually helps move the heat in different places. But yeah, there's some houses that I've been in out here and I'm like, you'll never use so much space. You can't even use all this space and it gets heated, but yeah, there are mates in the AC too. They help kind of move stuff, but We have a heated.
But yeah,
First Shot has a heated in-ground pool. He just said, okay,
of course he does.
in the basement. So it's an indoor in-ground pool. Okay,
All right.
Shot. We're doing a pool party
I'm
at
gonna
First
be able to
Shot.
find out where he lives because I'm just gonna like Google richest town outside of Columbus because Jesus Christ, man.
He's a Fed. He has to be a Fed and working for the government. He works for the IRS. That's why I said last minute his First Shot works for the IRS.
You never know. There's a girl that a couple like in the Liberty movement that a few people have said that, yeah, like they've caught her and shit.
Oh yeah, Astrid. I saw they did a whole thing on that. I don't know if you knew her, but or him.
Not her. It was another one. Ace Arcus and somebody else called her out.
Do you remember the name?
No. I think it was like something Rose.
Oh, Pinochet Rose? Are they saying? Is it
her?
She's who's coming on our. Hex had her, invited her. She's coming on our Golden Stream, I guess, in a couple weeks. So I was like, I told Hex, I said, she can't bring any. I kind of know her. I have her phone number. I've talked to her on the phone and stuff, but like, she just started all these fights and stuff on Twitter over stupid stuff, and they were arguing. And I'm like, I kind of got this vibe. And then people who, sorry for watching, girl, but this is just truth. People who knew her in real life had messaged me and were like, she is mean even in real life. And then all these, like, if you're on Twitter starting so many fights with other people when we have all this shit going on, like, come on. That's fun. So what did they say? She was a Fed of some sort, or just that she was a catfish?
They like were retweeting. Somebody retweeted her and like called her out on something, and then Ace like liked it and said about time or something like that. I don't follow her. I follow Ace, and that's how.
She was like in a big fight with all the Hoppians. She was kind of a Hoppian or whatever. Like, she was causing all this trouble in their community and shit. And I'm just like, it's so stupid. Which I always laugh. That's when she comes on. I want to talk about the Hoppian stuff, anyways, because it's funny. They all talk about it so goddamn much, and they're like, "Well, this person's not allowed in my community." Blah blah blah. And I'm like, bitch, they probably didn't even ask to be in your community. Like, don't worry about that till you need to worry about. Like, and that's what they're all arguing about the whole time. It's like who they're gonna let in their community, and I'm like, you don't even have any friends. Like, you know, it's just. So that'll be an interesting conversation. So I kind of got the vibe she was using me too, because she would ask me to like retweet things because of all the followers I had and stuff. So I was like, I hate when people are like that. Like, don't be like that.
I don't think I've ever asked you to retweet anything.
No. And even if you did, it would be different because we have a friendship and know each other. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, like that. I don't know. If it was for like something I was like kind of like maybe like desperate about or something that like, I mean, I don't know. My like cats were missing or my kids.
Or you had a GoFundMe for some medical shit. You got like, yeah, that would
right. Then yeah. Like
exactly, Zurich. That's why I tell people, like, I actually when I had an actual reach, I didn't mind like giving people a little bump or whatever, but like some people were just like so rude about it. And I'm like, and I've always hated, like when I used to work in the music industry, people would always ask for tickets and stuff. And I just was like, stop, just be cool, man. Like, don't be that person. And I still am like, I like never ask for anything. Even if I go to like comedy shows with people I know, I'm still buying a ticket, you know, and just support them and stuff like that.
I had a friend that I knew this dude like for a little bit that worked at the I think it was called the Odeon, if I'm correct. It was like a smaller club we would go to. And when I found out he worked there, I was like, oh, do you know what shows are going to be there before they announce it? And he was like, yeah, sometimes. He was like, most people ask me for tickets. But I was like, ooh, can you tell me ahead of time?
You're like, I just want to be ready to buy the tickets.
Right.
Yeah. Like and it's funny when people who are used to being asked for stuff, and then when you don't, and they're like, yeah,
right.
Fire.
Oh yeah, it looks so nice and relaxing.
It used to be it technically is a real fireplace. Growing up, we used it, but then we made it so that's a gas fireplace now. It's gonna be really hot in this room in a minute, I think. It sucks. You can't see it though if I'm like sitting here. Let me twist the wheel. Which you got a cat out there?
I do. The Merle's out here, the black and white cat. Meowing away, dude. Loudest fucking cat we have.
Do you see Hex and his kitten? How cute they are.
Yes, they're so adorable. I love it.
Oh, wait, first shot, I need to send you something of this one friend of mine from Twitter. Did you follow? He got banned too, but Trent, he always did like memes on COVID. He was always talking about COVID for years, basically. I know you don't go on Instagram, but I'll send you because he's on Instagram now too since he got banned. But he's worked in his life and stuff, but he's been like a stay-at-home dad basically for a while. And then so he posted, I sent it to the group chat, but it's funny. And I'm not gonna be able to pull it up for first shot, but it made me laugh. And it doesn't totally describe first shot, but it says my executive breadwinning wife, and then the guy's like, and me showing her the vaporizer I want. I know he doesn't smoke, but and he works. First shot works. I'm sure he makes stuff. Yeah, what was that guy's name? Trent Steele. He was like Trent Steele on Twitter for the most part, I think. But yeah, he was going against it the whole time because him and his wife are scientists, and they're like, and so now he's all upset. He's really going crazy because of the whole recommending the shot for kids. He was like, "What are you doing?" It's the numbers, and he's pointed out the numbers of like adverse reactions to the shot versus just getting COVID, and it's like one is far worse, you know? It's just, drives me nuts. When will people wake up? When will these stupid white it's all the white suburban bitches still.
It is. And then they're like beta males or whatever that are all into this. Adam put up those like, have you seen the memes of the Halloween costumes? Have you seen all the memes?
Oh,
like,
yeah, where like people fill it in.
Yeah, and it's like, so that, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but there's that dude, 3-year Letterman on Twitter.
Coach, he's so funny.
Yeah. So he posted like, no more of these costumes, and Adam's like, you mean like this one? And it was the one making fun of people like wearing the mask and shit like that. So then the dude puts up one of a conservative, and it's like, oh, scared to go into the city, blah blah blah, you know. And I commented on it, and I was like, he's walked in cities that you would cry to your mommy about. And I was like, Andy's not conservative. And the dude's like, oh, I wasn't talking about 3-year Letterman. I was talking about the hammer handle above me. And I'm like, that's who I'm talking about too. So then like Adam said something to him, and then he put my profile picture and Adam's profile picture, and was like, does this ever get weird for you? Like trying to say that we were the same person talking to, because I'm in both pictures. And I'm like, do you mean, does it ever get weird that we're married to each other? No, you know? And then some other dude said something about how Adam drives around in his pickup truck with all of his flags and his thin blue line sticker. And I retweeted him, and I was like, oh yeah, that's what we do. We drive around town with our thin blue line sticker. And I put that meme of Will Smith, now that's some funny shit. It was just so funny to me. Like, you people just automatically think because somebody like says one thing that they must be the other thing, because you live in that world, because that's who you are, because you identify as all those things. Like, you are proud to be a leftist, you know, like, or you're proud to be a conservative. And it's like, the reason I don't even like to say I'm a libertarian, but at least saying a libertarian gives me a lot more room to be who I am, because there's so many different cultural opinions when it comes. Like, I know libertarians that are total white, suburban, spoiled ass motherfuckers, and they're libertarians. You know, like, you get so many different types, and I'm not like saying every single person is like that, but we just have so many people that just fell in line with like, you're on the left or you're on the right. And it's just not that way. And there's people out there that don't even pay attention to politics in that way. Like so many of these leftists, it's like, no, I don't think you should give kids puberty blockers or want their kids to get their dicks cut off, you know? And then they're like, oh my God, you Trumper. And it's like, not everybody is that way. Like, look at my best friend, Marina. Like, she's not into politics at all. Like, at all. She doesn't follow that stuff. But, like, she sees the trans shit. She's like, that's fucked up. Because she just looks at stuff with her own opinion, with, like, a logical brain. Like, hey, don't cut these dicks off.
Yeah, and she wouldn't take her little girls to a fucking stripper drag show or, you know, like a.
No.
Yeah, it's like they're so programmed by those things, by those like buzzwords and stuff. So they think they can say that to everyone else. And we're like, yeah, I don't like cops either, bro. Yeah, or like call me a Trump. Like I remember questioning the thing early on, and some dude called me a Trumper, and I was like, because I'm questioning the COVID stuff. Like,
it's scary to see people in that frame of mind. Like it's so wild to me. Like so many people don't think that way. And so Adam and I already have, like, we've asked 3 people to come on our podcast that we don't even have yet.
you got to be prepared.
Got guests lined up. But yeah, like one of them is going to be Marina. And the reason I want to have her on is because, yeah, she's not political. And I hope that more and more people will start to see, like, you know, stop looking through everything through this right and left lens, you know. And there's a lot of, like, conservatives that think that they don't. And it's like, no, you do. Like, the way you back the blue the way you do, like, it's ridiculous. You know what I mean? Like, okay, George Floyd. I don't like George Floyd. I think George Floyd he should have still been in jail. That's my personal opinion.
Or the lady he held a gun to should have shot him. That's what should have happened back in the.
You know, but he didn't, and he was released from jail, and he was given his opportunity, whatever. And like I've always said, like, no matter how he died, whether it was from the fentanyl or from the knee on his neck, I think something of somebody who can do that with such ease to somebody who has their hands cuffed behind their back. You know, like, it's not the fucking apocalypse. Like, there's no, like, reason to treat people that way. Like, a lot of times the way that you react to things or treat people says more about you than it does about them. And, like, the dude that did that to George Floyd did not have the greatest record either. You know, like,
It was overboard. It was overboard.
Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, I'll debate with you about whether he should be in jail for as long as he's going to be in jail. Like, we could discuss that. Like, I mean, it did come up on the autopsy that he died of fentanyl, though. My guess was always that he had fentanyl on him and he took it when he got.
That's what I think. Yeah, that's what I think happened. He took it, and then, but even like the blue people, even when they shoot the white people, like the guy out here in Colorado that got shot after he stopped the literal mesh, they're like, well, the cops, you know, they have a stress, you know, they were like making excuses for this, you know, and it's like, it's just. Yeah, that, or like the people on the conservative side will automatically see anyone, even an adult trans person. Well, if an adult trans person is an adult, who gives a shit? And they like automatically think things then. And I'm like, literally half of my trans and other friends are like conservative. Like they just are, you know, they are. They're like, that would happen to Ashley a lot on Twitter, was like a conservative would be like, you guys are following this trans person. I don't know. Did you follow Ash? She was getting banned a bunch too, but like, she lives in the UK.
I followed that fuck Angel dude and a few other people, and then some of the like transitioners. And I've noticed like how the adult trans people that are like, okay, you guys got to stop doing this to kids. Like, they're kids and they're confused, you know, like, and they're the ones like, helping with these kids, and they're happy with their transition. You know, like Buck Angel, he's happy with his
Or
transition.
Blair White, who
You know, but
couldn't
they're the ones that like are there for these kids because yeah, like not everybody is meant to do that. It's just,
Do you
know,
watch Blair White stuff at all? She had a detransitioner on the other day who's like 20 something and like a balding man. And so I made a comment the other day on my Discord because I can't make it on Twitter anymore. But it was like, hey, teenage girls, do you feel awkward in your body? Take this stuff so that you're a balding man by 25. Like, it's like what happens. It's like, yeah, and you don't guide children, like just hands off children. Like what we've talked about this a million times. Where did this come up? Where like, why are we guiding children? One, like, it's just so bizarre. I mean, obviously we know it's part of the Marxism and all that shit, but it's just like they're literally, because if a young boy, a lot of young gay boys, they're just gay, but they feel like it's wrong and they're a girl because they like boys, you know, and that's how their brain works, you know. But then they get older and they're like, oh, you can just be gay men and that's fine, you know. So like you confuse them, you confuse all these girls. And why are we putting all this stuff in pharmaceuticals into children? Like, I do not understand. You want your kids to not need medicine ever. Like, that's the whole fucking point. And they're like, no, we're going to put them on all the meds and they need meds for the rest of their life. And that girl, the one who was just on Blair White, she started on puberty blockers at 15, cut her boobs off at 17, you know, under 18. Like, what?
Yeah. You know what's crazy is we took Scar to the doctor, and it was quite a while ago, probably like 6, maybe 7 years. But she was really sick. She had bad cough, and we took her to the doctor to see what was going on. She kind of wasn't getting better, and they were like, it's not. Wait, what is it? It's when it's not viral, they can't give antibiotics. But whatever, they were like, there's no she doesn't need antibiotics or anything like that. Yeah,
antibiotics are for bacterial thing, right? Yeah.
So she's like, she doesn't need antibiotics or anything like that. So she was still really little. I think I can't remember, but she was little enough, and I was like, well, she's having a hard time sleeping because of her coughing, and I don't know what state to give to her. She's like, well, we really don't give kids, we don't like to give them like cough syrup or anything like that anymore. Like, we really don't recommend that. She's like, instead, she was like, we recommend honey. And she was like, or there's ones that like aren't quite as thick as honey that you can get. I think it was like that Nature's Bounty makes it. It's like a honey for when you're sick, and it just helps coat your throat so that you can sleep. So I'm like, dude, that was like not that long ago that a doctor was saying like, yeah, like we don't want to see them taking cough syrup or anything like that when they're that little, That's what's scary when they're babies, though, like, because they don't recommend giving them anything,
except for a bunch of shots full of mercury. That's what they
don't recommend anything. It's mostly humidifiers, Vicks vapor rub, and maybe they'll recommend like a Pedialyte or a Gatorade, or they're like at the point where they're drinking apple juice, they'll say water down their apple juice more, stuff like that. But just keep them hydrated. Get a humidifier.
You want their body to learn to fight the shit. That's the whole fucking point. Adam said, yeah, I just mentioned that on that other podcast, me and Hexra, but like all our lives, there's no cure for the common cold. There's no cure for the common cold. You stay home, you eat chicken soup if you're that, and then everyone believed a fucking vaccine was going to stop a cold. Like, oh yeah, Buxom. So Eric Abinante, that was on, he has a really good documentary on like the whole mercury. They tell pregnant women not to eat sushi and fish because of the mercury, but then as soon as you have your baby, they're shooting all those vaccines have mercury in it. They're putting it it's like, what? Like, it just makes no sense. It's so, I don't get how people don't see. I know people want the easy fix and stuff, but I'm like, from being a kid, I think all these kids now who are so messed up from the trans stuff that are, they may have already had problems, mental stuff. And now what do? You're physically fucking something as well as, and you're not fixed up here. Like, even they say most women, like women who get breast implants, will kill themselves. Like more people, more, not that you get them and you kill yourself, but there are more women with breast implants that kill themselves because they're trying to satisfy something else, like it's like
Right.
you can't fix your brain by doing something down here, but yeah, but we want like what if we were just saying like 14-year-old girls should get boob implants? That would be like, that's got to be next, because if it's okay to cut them off, why isn't it wrong to put them in at 14 if she identifies as a big boobed girl, or like it's so obvious it's for pharmaceuticals and medical to make all this money, which we hate them, but people are so stupid. And it's amazing to see how it worked, the programming and the, I saw it on Facebook over the last handful of years before I got off, just all the I'm like, I was friends with trans people before it was like cool. Okay. People were like, you just see how they like tried to make it something. Yeah. Now my older trans friends think it's weird how kids are being guided, because half the
I
time
was
it's just
friends with Black
cross-dressing.
people before it was cool.
You from Cleveland, girlfriend? You probably was your school growing up for you pretty diverse?
Actually, yeah. Not a ton of Black kids. My school was like, it was predominantly white, but we had a lot of Asian and Indian and Hispanic. Not like, I mean, two of my best friends growing up, their parents, they moved here from India. And those were two of my best friends growing up. Yeah. So like, and then where my parents owned a business, that town is considered to be even more uppity than the town that I live in. But my parents, like with their store, they had like a lunch counter, and then they would have like lunch.
And they didn't let Black people in. They didn't let Black people in.
Yeah, that was totally how my parents were so racist. Like,
I'm just kidding.
But no, like when you have that kind of setup, you get like a lot of like the blue collared guys, and you get a lot of like white collared guys, going to their offices or meetings, whatever. They stop in for coffee, sandwiches, chili. So yeah, like I grew up around Black people, white people. I remember one of our salesmen, I thought he was so funny. He would call me a jive turkey.
It's a good word.
I was born in 1979, and I was like 4 or 5, like when he became one of our salesmen, so he grew up in like 60s, 70s, you know what I mean? Like, so yeah, he would say like jive turkey, and like he was so funny, and like you know what I mean? Like everybody loved me there. I was the cutest little fucking thing. I got so much attention at that store. I won't even lie. I got so much attention being there. It's like, I got to meet and talk to so many different people from such a young age. And I think that really did like help me as I got older to like look at people like, wow, like you like really live in a small, small world. Like you really like haven't broken out of your box in a lot of ways, but yeah. And I mean, I met gay people. I remember one customer we had to this day. I could not tell you if it was a guy or a girl. Couldn't tell you. Neutral name. It was like, it's Pat.
Hey, Colonel.
But yeah.
No, it's good for you to meet like different kind of people as a kid. There's like, it's good to interact like that as kids, with which you can do even if you homeschool. Like it's possible.
So there's a lot of shit going on at the middle school. And even though I get mad and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to send fucking Scarlett back to public school so she can see how good she has it. But like all this, that would be like a horrible punishment. Could you imagine if she got like her ass kicked, or even worse if I sent her back there? But there's more threats that there's a school shooting and stuff. And then there was the girl that got chased through the center of town after school the one day. Like a bunch of kids like beat her up a little bit, and she was running away. They were videotaping it, the whole thing.
Where are the parents? Where are their parents?
I don't know, but I would just like to add to this. White kids do it too, people. All these fucking videos that go around. I've lived in the suburbs my whole fucking life, and shit just gets covered up here. That's just how it is. It's not going to be on the news, and even with internet, that like one of those kids may have shared it briefly, but that shit got taken down.
Yeah, it's much more hush hush, and it's like, yeah, the same exact shit happens.
Yeah, but yeah, like that shit happens, but yeah, like this one mom said, she's like, I didn't think I would ever homeschool. She's like, it doesn't matter where you live. Like, sending these kids to these schools is doing them no good. And like, this mom's all like, I never homeschool. Kids need to socialize and blah, 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 blah. And I so bad wanted to say something, but I didn't. Like, part of me just wanted to be like, oh yeah, like my poor daughter who doesn't socialize, is at the freaking park right now with a group of friends. Like she goes to Cedar Point, she talks to people. Like her and her friend went off, they talk. It's like she's just.
And why is school the only, like, why do people think going to a school building for those hours in the year is the only way you socialize? Like,
yeah, and I find it to be very unnatural. Like, and people will be like, well, there's gonna be times in life where you have to be around people you don't want to be around. It's like, yeah, but I've never known an adult who has a job where they have to sit next to somebody they hate that sits there and says horrible things to them the whole time. And that happens in school, and people are like, well, you should tell the teacher. And it's like, yeah, because you could just make like bad kids just magically become good. Like, I'm going to tell you, as a rebel kid, I was not scared of you. Unless I really physically hurt a kid or hurt somebody else, there was nothing you could do to me. What were you going to do to me if I said, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you? You can't throw me in jail for it. You're not going to kick me out of school. You're going to suspend me for 3 days? Thanks, 3 days off. Like, there's no, and that's what people don't understand, and maybe some of these kids just don't, I did not belong in the normal school environment. I was much happier when I was doing work and school.
mm-hmm.
When my school work was like, had more to do with real life, and then I had to actually work, I was getting a 4.0 at points. My average was that I was in the National Honor Society.
Ooh, look at you.
Because I was happier. So when I was in classes, they were all classes that I enjoyed and I cared about. And even like the classes that I didn't like that much, I still did good because I wasn't so just like drawn out and worn out, And then, and then they put me in college prep courses, and I just was miserable, and I went back to being, I'm going to be a fucking
because you're like, I'm already prepped for real life. I don't need, like, that's why when you like have entrepreneurial family, like you're prepped for life. You don't need to go to college and learn how to do college more. Like,
I did get a little bit not brainwashed, but I was kind of booky. It wasn't like I was like, I never turned my nose up towards work, but I did want to go to college, like I thought I was going to be like a vet or marine biologist. I thought about going into the military. Like, I met with the military people at our school to go to the military and do vet assistance and stuff. And I was talking to my dad about it. He was like, you could never be in the military. It was like, because
now you can. Now you could. Basically anyone can. So
because my dad was like, you are not going to tolerate somebody coming in your room at 5 a.m. Like, it's time to get up. Like, no, like it's like I'm just not that person. It was like, you would be miserable. It wouldn't be good for you. You have so many other options. Like, you don't need to do that. Like, I mean. But yeah, so then I was all like, I'm going to be a marine biology or whatever. And they put me into fucking college prep, which is like, it's so stupid to me too. Like, just because a kid wants to go to college doesn't mean that they should have to do all this shit too. Like, it's just the way everything's set up. It's so bad for kids. But yeah, I mean, it just goes back to those, like, when I was extremely rebellious, like, just nothing scared me. Just nothing scared me because it was like, what are you gonna do? You know, like,
I'd beat your ass. What I would have done.
well, my mom, not talking about now, but my teachers, no, I wasn't scared of my teachers. No. And I was scared of my mom, but I still wanted to I wanted to show her that I wasn't scared. You know, like, yeah, you hit me, but I'm gonna mouth off again because I'm not scared. But I'm not gonna lie, those cats really hurt.
Well, and that was more to teach, like, there's people you have to respect in life, you know, like we've talked about corporal punishment a million times, but like, there's a reason parents have to do it sometimes.
You know, and I think a lot of these adults that like talk about, it's almost like, do I think you should love your children and give them everything you can possibly give to them? No, actually, I don't. Because if I gave my kids everything that I could possibly give to them, they would be even more spoiled than they are now. You know? And like, my kids aren't even that spoiled compared to a lot of other kids, you know? And it's like, you can love your kids all you want, but being there for them, giving them discipline, all that other stuff, it is important. And contrary to what some people in the Liberty Twitter circle think, I do believe that it is the parent's responsibility to teach their child consequences. Because when you don't teach your child consequences, they go out into the real world and they get shot. Like, that's what happens. Or they're going to get their fucking ass kicked. And they might get their ass kicked so bad that they're disabled for the rest of their life. You know? And yeah, and you're going to raise like a fucking bratty, wussy ass child. And God help your child if they ever need a blue collar job, because they won't last that one.
No. Especially with like just the talk at a blue collar job. They'd be like, oh.
Right. A lot of these kids, like, I don't even know how they fucking survive at fucking restaurants, dude. Because have you ever worked in a restaurant or like a bar or anything like that?
I was a waitress for a long time.
Okay, so it gets intense, right? And like, I was always a cook and a dishwasher. I only waitress here and there. But there were waitresses that I loved and I respected. And you would have like certain waitresses and cooks had good relationships, you know, and then other ones, like, not so much. I used to work with this fucking chick, and like, oh my God, she would cry at everything. And it's like, oh my God, bitch, like, I have 30 burgers on her grill right now for this fucking car hop going on in the back. Like, can you get your fucking shit the fuck out of my way? And like, I wouldn't say that to her, but she would be crying because of the pressure. And she'd be like, oh my God, like, Kathy just raised her voice to me. And it's like, because you won't fucking move.
Like, there's a reason. There's a lesson here, honey.
Yeah. You know, and it's like, people will be like, well, you shouldn't treat people like that at work anyways. And it's like, listen, I get you want to live in this fairy tale world where people don't have emotions or reactions to like anything. But that's not life. Like, people get stressed and people feel shit, you know? And when somebody is just trying to get their fucking job done and you're being a moron, you're probably going to hear about it. Like, I never really got yelled at any of my jobs.
Because you figured it out. Because you looked around and were observant and like, this is what I need to do. And that's that.
Yeah. I only had one boss. Well, I had two bosses that yelled at me. One I don't count because she was the drunk cokehead. But this other place I worked for a day, dude, the guy was like screaming at me. And I'm like, bruh, I've only worked here for a day and I don't even know what you're doing. You know? And like, by the way, there's like hair on your salad dressing. Gross. Like, I worked at Big Boys. Like, we were cleaner. Gross. I quit. I didn't go back. I never even went back for my paycheck.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Like, fuck those people.
Yeah, and I didn't go back in there until there was new owners. And which there finally are, and the wings are really good there, right, honey?
Okay, I'm gonna go get a beer. Adam can read you the comments if you want.
Adam, read me the comment. How's Stoner's come and go pizza today?
They didn't have it Thursday. It was probably Hot Pocket.
Hot Pocket. Stoner's a smart stoner because he doesn't burn himself on Hot Pocket.
Stoner, I just picked that up, Stoner.
What do you say? Yes. I know. Your hair needs trimmed. We will get it.
I don't know. Stoner said you're on fire, chili pepper emoji shit. First was impressed by someone being a stripper. I don't know.
Who's a stripper? I'm not.
If I meet the kids I don't like, and then Stoner's like, think Adam better me doing that thing Queen Alice like later, but he always fucking has typos, so I just know what I figured it was. So I replied with whatever she liked. And then first, I got that right.
Adam's reading me all the comments.
Oh, good. You have to try to figure out what first shot meant.
Stoner said, read those comments. Meow.
We love Stoner.
Stoner's bad. Adam said he was going to pick him up and take him to the water park with us.
Do it. I'll meet him before you guys come too at some point. Just gotta get up.
We'll be
there.
like this dude and Walter walking around the water park.
So I think we're gonna have to talk about those dates that we come because I think
And we could just smoke joints there, right?
At the water park?
Not at the water park. Adam, you remind me of you know who sometimes, which weirds me out because he tried to make his wife Polly. So stop it.
Stoner said, hell yeah, just be floating.
Stoner said he's gonna be floating. Lazy Rivers had a stack though. But no, I was looking at the prices for there and I was like, well, we can't go the week of July 4th. So I looked for, I think it was the week or two after the 4th, and it was only like $180 for the rooms at Great Wolf Lodge. And then the next week they went up to $289. I was like, Jesus Christ, $289.
Yeah, Waterworld. You can just go out to your car and smoke in Waterworld and then come back in. That's what we do. Oops. Sorry, Colonel just sent me something on Twitter. I'm trying to see it.
Yeah, I'll have to look at the dates and start sending you dates.
So yeah, we'll figure it.
Because I get the deal if I book 90 days. And then we're gonna book that other room and I'm gonna have a fucking heart attack. But triple lifetime, the fucking Sandusky. Other families are like, we're gonna save and we're gonna go to Hawaii, and me and Adam are like, we're not.
2 grand, 40 minutes away.
Adam's like, we're gonna spend $2 grand and go 40 minutes away. Fuck yeah, roller coasters.
There's a roller coaster place here too. I don't know if you guys want to do that. Six Flags or something.
Nope. I looked at it. And I was showing Adam one of the rides there, and he was like, fuck no. And I was like, dude, Scarlett would want to go on it. He was like, well, she ain't going on it because I ain't fucking going on that thing. Hell fucking
Which
no.
one was it?
Like, swings up over the mountain,
oh, yeah,
dude.
fuck that.
Oh, that thing.
And it's, no.
That's like extra. You have to like pay extra to go on that thing anyways. It's a whole thing.
I want to barf right now just thinking about it.
You want to what?
I want to barf right now just
Oh,
thinking about that thing. It makes me sick.
yeah, they like pull you up, and then it's just a big swing, but it's huge, it's scary.
Yeah, Cedar Point it's called the Wind Seeker. So it's basically like, you're in the chairs and it takes you all the way up how high is that fucking
300 feet.
300 feet in the air, and you go round and round. It gives you a really good view of the lake and the beach and stuff, but fuck no. And then there's the
300 feet in the air. It spins you around at 31 miles an hour.
300 feet in the air, 31 miles an hour.
Yeah,
And then there's the Max Air. And when I was younger, I would have been like, fuck yeah, let's do it. And now I'm like,
it gets hard as you get old, man. I used to be all about stuff, and now I'm like, no, I can't. It make me sick.
see, like, I never went on the really high coasters. I went on Magnum once, and I was terrified the whole time. Like, I just couldn't get over the first hill. Just did not like it. But I've gone on some, like, Batman was one of my favorite rides when Six Flags took over at Jogga Lake. That was one of my favorite rides. And that was like 150 feet. And I really don't like going over 100 feet.
First shot, no, we didn't. We're starting to plan it. Hopefully, maybe January or February we'll go, but I haven't gone yet to Mexico again since COVID.
You can go see the guys in Mexico.
What?
You can go see the guys in Mexico.
Which? Oh, you're the coworkers.
Yeah, they'll be back in Mexico. Well,
I did that too, Stoner. I did where. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oops.
No, go ahead. What?
The stratosphere. I did where you free fall off of the stratosphere, and then they have a bunch of like little rides at the top. But oh yeah, Zurich. And who trusts that? That's true. That is something. We put a lot of faith in the people who run those roller coasters and stuff,
Yeah, Adam always says he trusts like amusement park rides more than he trusts like the carnival rides. He's like, because if you see the dudes at the carnival park.
Did you see that one that like it wasn't? We may have talked about it. It wasn't too long ago where it like fell. It was like a spinny thing, and it just fell, and people were like, "Oh no!" It was one where like it goes up and drops, and it dropped all the way, and like they're bouncing out. Here, I'll try and find the video.
It was a Ferris wheel.
It was a Ferris wheel.
No, it was something else. Let me see here.
I mean, that's why it's like, because I don't know if you ever did. You know that Top Thrill Dragster accident at Cedar Point that happened.
Remind me of it.
So a piece of it came off and it hit a lady in the head, like really bad, like really, really fucking bad. So they're taking down the Top Thrill Dragster because of it. Like so many people are like, oh, they're not going to take it down. They're not going to take it down. But the whole time I'm like, dude, they're taking that fucking shit down, dude, because it had so many problems in the first place, like not with injuries, but just like with launches, stuff like that. And they'd have to shut it down. And then when that lady got hit, I'm like, dude, like they're just Cedar Fair's like not going to have it because they have such a clean record with their shit that they're not going to deal with it anymore. And because not only were people already getting turned off the ride because it would close down a lot, so people didn't want to get in line for it. Like, why am I going to get in line for 2 hours only for an hour or 2 hours to be like, gotta shut down? And then a lady gets hit in the head with something. I'm like, yeah, dude, that shit is shutting down. But they're going to redo it. They're like doing all this fucking work. People are fucking pissed off about it.
That boardwalk thing and all that.
Yeah. Yeah, I talked to some other people about it on YouTube, and like quite a few people agreed with me. They're just like, I mean, yeah, like coaster people will go and spend maybe a night there, but families they're the bigger attraction, and they needed something on that boardwalk to kind of bring it back to life to go along with the remodeling of the hotel that they did. But who cares?
You have to upgrade stuff occasionally, anyways. Like it just does what it is.
Yeah, and I think like when I walk into Cedar Point, like I feel like they're going more towards like, yeah, you have like the big coasters and your modern day shit, but it's still like a nostalgia, you know, like when you walk in, it's really cool. It's really beautiful. Like they have the gatekeeper, and the aesthetics of the gatekeeper when you walk in was just whoever thought about that, like good fucking thinking. And then you walk right in and there's the carousel. So like as soon as you walk in, you're getting a taste of both worlds, you know, the old nostalgia and then your newer coaster type, you know, and I just think they're trying to bring modern and traditional together because I think that's what a lot of people want. Like, do I want to go back to the old days where like the most exciting ride was the carousel? Fuck no. But you know, it's nice to have like the smaller, not so crazy rides. It's nice to have a nice boardwalk to take your family to and shit. Like you don't have to modernize everything and get rid of all tradition. You know, I think they're doing a good job of mixing them together. And this comes from somebody who hated Cedar Fair for how many years are we going on now, honey? It was a good like 15-20 year run of me hating Cedar Fair, and look at me defending them now.
Oh, Lance, thank you, Lance. You said keep on keeping on. Are you staying or leaving? Thank you. Oh yeah, exactly, Buxom. Cars kill people every day. No one stops driving. It's true.
Yeah, like
The statistics.
I'm not afraid of death so much when I go on those high coasters. I don't like it. I don't like being that high up, you know. But like the Gemini, I'm good on. That first hill, yeah, I don't care for it that much. But when I go down, I'm fine. Like as soon as I hit the top, I'm good. I just start screaming, and I'm having the best time. And
it only lasts like a minute anyway. It's like it's so quick.
Yeah. But like, especially, and it's so cool to have your kid with you. Like when you're a kid and you feel those feelings for the first time, it's such a cool feeling. And then when you do it with your kids and to see the looks on their faces is great. Like when we go on the pipe screen with Grayson, right? Like him on this ride, just the pure joy coming out of him, like as a parent, is just like the best feeling in the world. Like I love it. And I want my kids to be adventurous, and I don't want my kids to like, I don't know, like I'm not knocking like tropical vacations. Like it would be nice, but like I just think we just
kids don't appreciate those kind of vacations as much. Like
Yeah, like I think they enjoy splashing around on the beach and stuff like that, but I mean, kids, they want to do shit, dude. So take them to do shit and have fun. You only get that chance once. So, and yeah, I think next year it's just going to be a lot of fun because we weren't really able to travel as much with COVID, and it was driving me nuts. Because those are important things to do with your kids. Just get away, having fun together as a family.
Having fun. Like our kids, that's why all these kids are fucking depressed and worried about their fucking sexuality and gender, because they're not having like real fun, in my opinion.
Like, kids are being like shoved from one activity to another activity instead of just being kids. Like we're going to put the kids back into like, because Scar is done with karate and that's going to save us money. So we're going to have them do like soccer and stuff. But I'm never going to spend all this crazy amount of money, push this one fucking sport on my kid, and I'm just not going to do it because I just don't think it's worth the sacrifice. I've seen what it does to kids. And I think I'm not knocking everybody who does it, but I think there's a lot of people that are they just push their kids to do these things, and it's not even something their kid even really wants to do. It's just them living vicariously through their kids. Like I used to all be like, oh, I can't wait to see my boy play under the Friday night lights. And it's like, now as a parent, I'm like, that's not for me, or that's not for him, that's for me. There's nothing to do with him or his happiness. It's just all me loving football, loving that feeling, and like maybe boy does grow up and plays football, but yeah, I just think too many parents do that kind of stuff, and it's more for themselves than it is for their kids. Like one of the kids in our life, man, is just like soccer, 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 and he missed so much because it's soccer, 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 soccer. And it's like, let that kid be a fucking kid for a little bit, dude. Like, take your kid on vacation. Oh, no, can't show up to this birthday party. It's got a tournament. Oh, no, can't. Got to go to soccer
And their
camp.
vacations are like the tournaments and stuff. And it's like,
Right. And it's like, oh, and it just aggravates me. Like I think there's so many great benefits to sports. I do. Like one, it's fun, it's an activity, it's healthy, but I think there's a lot of good mental things about sports, teaching you to work with a team that can help you later in life when you're at a job, whatever. But yeah, like to push that on them as much as people do, it's just why they spend so much money. What? It's 9 o'clock.
yeah,
Okay, I'm gonna pee and put him to bed real quick. And then...
okay. Buxom the same. I did track and field for years and years, and then they started getting so competitive in high school, and I was like, I'm done. Like people were getting so weird because they wanted scholarships and stuff, and I'm like, I just like running and jumping. Why is everyone getting so serious? But that's what happens. Yeah, it is a lot of like being pushed by the families and stuff. It just is. I did some sports, but my parents weren't athletic, so they didn't like push it too much. And I knew I wasn't. The only thing I get mad about my parents, I'm like, you guys should have put me to be a ballerina. I would have been a good ballerina. They should. But by the time I was the fourth kid and I came around, so I didn't get any lessons of nothing because they did it with all the other kids, but not me. Oh, Lance, how funny. Yeah, you would for a shot. I know you would. Lance. Yeah, you get the fucking brain injuries and all that stuff. I think my parents my dad's pretty athletic, and my mom did gymnastics young and was really good. I'm back. Can you guys hear me? You guys hear me okay? I'm on my phone on the internet now. Hold on. Hey, in the chat, am I back? You guys hear me? Okay, good. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the internet in the house. It says it's working, but I don't know. We'll just do this for a little bit. Hi. Did it go out for you?
What?
Did the internet go out for you?
No.
Oh. Maybe it's just my computer. All right, I can see the chats here. It's 80 in Columbus. It's 30. It's probably 30 degrees out right now. Come on, come on, come on.
Did it go out?
Yeah. Well, my computer, it's working on my, well, this isn't on the internet, but guys, you guys heard Mr. Terminator, mommy. That's just me, 45. That's chilly. We got all that snow and it was, now it's temperature outside. Usually it says the temperature outside. Hey, everybody. I'll try and get it back going on my computer here. How's our 10? There's 10 still watching and we're having technical difficulties. Why isn't it working? It says the internet's on. Sorry, everybody. How's everyone's week been going? Good? Good, Stoner. I should do that too, actually. Maybe it's just StreamYard. No, it was working on my phone. Hi, my computer stopped working in the middle and I dropped out. But
Adam and I
my
just
phone.
over.
Yeah, you guys got it covered. You got it covered. Says.
Oh my God, he's in bed.
Night, Grayson.
He's usually pretty good about bed. Like he's a normal kid. He'll come down like a couple times and be like, "I'm thirsty." There's a meme that.
Oh shoot! Hold on. Don't talk for a second. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna add you back. Okay, I think we're good now. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah. Oh no, honey.
Oh wait, no, I can't hear you. Oh wait, I can hear you. Oh. We're having a great time tonight. Let's have a Black Adam. How the meme was it to fail? Why? Who's Black Adam? Who's Black Adam, Lance? Alice is all frozen. I froze up. Am I good now? Oh, her phone just died. We're doing great tonight, everybody. We're doing great. Lance, what do you mean by Black Adam? Is that some, comic book? Oh, it's a comic. I don't know much about comics. Is that something that, was that, what's his toes? Eric July? Or is it a movie? Was it someone who was white and then they turned him black? It's The Rock in a superhero movie. Was The Rock black? Or is it a black character that The Rock is playing and that's the whole controversy? Sorry, Zurich. Thanks, Zurich, for hanging on. We make it work around here. Oh, which is his name is Black Adam. Okay. All right. Oh, actually, you know what I need to do here? I need to make the comments bigger so I can read them. There we go. Doug's probably working right now. Oh, yeah, Doug would know. He knows all the comic book stuff. Sorry, Lance, we're not comic. I'm not a huge comic book person. I know. Where did Paul had to like hop off real early? Like he has to work or something tomorrow. Weird. Actually, I have to get up really early tomorrow too. I can't go super late tonight, but we'll wait till Alice gets back on here. I got to finish a beer. I was going to text Alice before when I died out, but Cecil Lemmy? Who's Cecil Lemmy? No. The Rock is great, but the media thinks it's a bomb because it's okay. So like a movie that's not all about woke stuff. So they're like, it's not. You don't talk about trans people enough, so it's not a good movie. Is it something like that, Lance? And thank you for the super chat, Lance. Everybody say thank you to Lance. He's supporting the Force Mommy universe. Oh, Brett Beck. I like Henry. Was he not Superman for a minute? Was he not the last? That was the last time I saw Superman was that Harry boy. He's nice looking. Is he in that movie as well? Lance, is that Superman in that movie as well? I never saw what was the movie like Superman versus Superman? It was Superman versus Batman. Was Henry Cavill in that one? I mean, he's a good-looking dude. I like Henry Cavill. You know what movie he did that I liked? What was that movie? It was like a redo of an old movie, an old spy movie, but it was so good. First shot. Thanks, First Shot. They fought it. Okay, Stoner. He was such a good Superman. That's so dumb. Why are the comic books also the movie? Why does everyone get so weird about all that? Like who plays who, and then they have all these different like levels, and it's all so weird. Oh, the different universes. So you can have the same character who's different colors and all that. Not that I care about that, but. And shout out to Eric July for his super successful business. Oh, here we go. Are you there? There you are.
I think I am.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
We started talking about comic book stuff, which I'm not really great on, but
I'm actually thinking about getting the Walking Dead comics, which is weird because I know how they all end. Like I know the whole story. And not from the TV show, but because I would always like read some of it on there, but yeah, like some people really get into the comic book shit. Scarlett likes a little bit of that stuff.
If it's a good story, it's a good story, like that's why I think everyone loved it so much. That's why it's cool that people are making new stories now instead of just remaking the old stories with different people. But like it's so silly how they. And have you seen all the hate Eric July has gotten just for creating something?
Yeah, like you just made, and it's like that's my take on it. When people, and I'll see like Black people say it too, and I'm like, I get that that's your opinion, and I can respect that. But I don't get the like freaking out because there's like Black people in commercials or because like I get how people are like, well, it's being forced by the progressive left, and it's like you are probably right, but you know what, it should have been like that a while ago because I've been sitting at tables with Black people and other people my whole life, so that's my reality. My reality isn't like this pure white or pure black or pure Hispanic. And I get there's people that live like that. There's nothing wrong with like a little girl or a little boy like wanting to see somebody that's more like them on TV. Like I mean, you know what I mean? Like there's nothing wrong with that. Like all the people that freaked out over the Ariel thing, and I was like, dude, you just totally played into their head. Like they just totally made a fucking fictional fucking character black, and you freaked out. And you know what? I don't know if you've seen her. She kind of looks like Ariel.
Yeah, it's you can tell when culture war shit is pushed for specific to get people to fight about it. You know, like you can
right.
tell.
But like I think what Eric July did was cool. Like he did make a black character, but he, you know, made
a whole new story. Like what's wrong with making new stories too? Like,
you know, like it's just like not every white person is the same, not every black person is the same. Like people have different interests. People like different things. I know it's mind-boggling, but it's true. You know,
Zora says sometimes I wonder how much changed after like they researched which movies to like change. In the end, guess what? It's all profit motive. In the end, let's face it, people. Like in the end, it's all profit motive. Oh, wait, Tyler. As long as the lobster is Jamaican, Sebastian.
I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, like I wasn't mad about that. And like, you know, Scar still she's definitely got into different stuff, but she still has that like we never pushed like Disney shit on her. Like her first like Disney type thing was when she was little, she liked like Minnie Mouse, but it was mostly because of a stuffed animal she saw at the store. You know, and they would have like it on TV, but like we never like forced shit on her. So if she was like, Mom, I want to watch this new Little Mermaid movie, I'm not gonna be like, I'm not gonna watch that. She's black.
Yeah.
You know, I don't care. Now there's some things where I'm like, you know, that's fucked up, and you know,
that's not good for a kid to watch. Like,
right. You know, but sometimes I look at stuff that I watched when I was a kid, and now I look at Scar and she's 12, and I'm just like, God, like, ooh. It's hard. Like, so she's always wanted to watch The Walking Dead. She was really little when we first started watching that. We did not watch it when it first aired. We started watching it from the beginning, like on something.
Someone's asking what I'm drinking, so yes.
And the one day she came into the living room and I was watching an episode. She was like 3 or 4, and I was like, oh my God, get out of here. And she looked at the TV and she was like, ha, that zombie's dead, and just walked out of the room. And I was like, it didn't faze her. Like, she's just like, whatever, you know. And she would always ask, like, as she got a little, when can I watch The Walking Dead? When can I watch The Walking Dead? And now I'm kind of like, you're probably, yeah, like, I know some people, that's another thing I tell people. Different kids can handle different things at different ages. There's things that she can watch and it doesn't bother her, but when I was her age, it would have bothered me. You know? And yeah, like, it's, yeah, and I just, like, don't get how people don't understand that. You need to kind of, this is crazy, you need to get to know your own child.
Get out of here with that. Get out of here with that business.
I know, it's so wild, but you need to understand what they can and can't handle. Like with Grayson, I don't think stuff bothers him to the point where it's gonna like scare him. You know what I'm saying? Like some things, he'll like be like pretend scared. You know, he'll be like, "Oh, mommy, there's a spider on the TV. I'm scared." You know, like. But with Grayson, it's more like you just take that shit to a different level than your sister would. Like your sister will be like, "Oh, I could make a cool drawing out of that," and Grayson's more like, "I could do that to somebody."
Yeah,
I would beat somebody with a bat.
There's a little boy about it.
You know, so that, but yeah, there's just like different things that different kids can handle. And yeah, and I'm also not one of those people that like, do I think there's a little bit of making bad guys be good in Hollywood? Yeah, but I think the 90s were really big with this. And I'm going to bring this back around to wrestling. I think the 90s and the early 2000s were really, really good because I think our generation was the generation that started to understand there's not always like this really clean good guy and this really clear bad guy. Like there's people in life that are really good that will do like bad, crazy things. And with wrestling, that era really came about with Stone Cold because he wasn't your typical good guy. He was flicking people off. He was slamming beers, you know, but at the end of the day, like, you know, he was the guy that was standing up against the man, you know, but he didn't do it in this clean, perfect way, you know, and I don't think there's this whole like trying to make kids become Satan worshipers or anything like that. I think people enjoy fantasy type culture and stuff like that. You know, I mean, I still love I love witch movies. I love vampire type shit. I love zombie type shit. Like, I just like that kind of stuff. You know, I'm not a bad person. I don't believe in the devil or anything like that.
Yes,
you
you
know,
do.
I do.
We did a devil thing while I was there. Yeah, Deadpool is so funny. I love Deadpool.
After everybody went to bed, me and Forrest Mommy went out back and we lit a bunch of
sacrificed some shit and like burned a thing.
Adam, have you noticed you haven't seen one of the neighbors in a while? Yeah, like I just think people
that cute neighbor, your neighbor across the street was kind of cute. That's who we sacrificed. That guy.
I was like, wait, was he here? I was like, oh yeah, he came over when the car crash happened. He always says he's like said he's gonna come by and he doesn't, but like I get it. Like I think he's nervous. So I think one day I'm just like I'm gonna take him some cookies.
Yeah. Neighborhood stuff. That's neighborhood stuff. That's sweet.
He doesn't like our police either. So I'm like gonna plant a seed. That's what it's all about. Is planting seeds. You know.
Oh, we got a super chat. That's because you mentioned. Oh yeah, Alice will talk about Stone Cold because you mentioned Stone Cold. So cheers to Stone Cold. Alice knows all about Stone Cold.
That was part of our vow renewal. The beginning and the end.
It was. There was I was listening to a Joe Rogan interview recently with this older, I forget what he was, like a producer or something, but he's older. He was in the business forever, but he was talking like he didn't like when WWE like went downhill, but then he's like Stone Cold saved it. Stone Cold, that era saved the WWE and stuff. So it's fun learning about it.
Yeah, it was going down. Like I would we didn't have cable, so we would watch some of it. That was like because there was the Sunday special or whatever that would come on, and then there was the pay-per-views. Our friends would usually tape them for us. And when Stone Cold first started getting big, I still lived at home, so I saw him like a couple times. And then when I got my apartment and I had cable, my best friend was like, "Hey, Alice, come on, let's watch wrestling last night." I'm like, dude, like it's so gay now. Like he's like you're gonna love it. Like that Stone Cold guy, you're gonna love him. And I'm like, I'm not fucking watching this wrestling. And then I gave in and we watched wrestling. And I was like, oh my God, this dude is really fucking cool. And then lo and behold, like 20 years later, my husband's coming out to Stone Cold music.
And your kid and your kiddo.
Oh my God, they were so cute too. That was fucking adorable. And at the end, I don't know if anybody heard it. So when we slammed the beer, like, you know, I hadn't really been drinking beer that much when me and him renewed our vows. Like I was drinking the lemonade because I was trying to lose as much weight as I could really fast. And I almost had that fear slammed, and then I was kind of like, I don't think I can keep going with those. And then he chucked his in the fire pit. I went to put mine down, and I was like, oh, we're throwing them. And that's what Stone Cold would do. So I threw it, and Adam's like, well, mine was at least empty. And I was like, I was going for like a look.
Like, I was in the moment. I was in the moment. Oh, Ference. Everyone, Lance. Thank you, Lance. Attitude Era saved WWF. Dang, he was 9. So he's.
Oh, yeah. Have you ever seen a meme? I actually have this meme printed. It said my era, and there's like a dude or a kid like flicking off, you know, and it's like your era. You can't see me.
I love it.
Yeah, I can't wait to get the basement redone because I have Stone Cold posters. I have a limited edition Got Milk Stone Cold poster for my sister. Yeah, and then I have a frame picture of it.
You liked what you liked. Like, I love your love for it. It's so funny.
I did. Like, man, like I would be on the fucking couch watching that shit, dude. Like hooping and hollering and screaming. Just, I fucking loved it. And when Adam and I got together, it was still pretty cool. And he loved it. So me and him would watch it together. And then, yeah, just more and more. I'm like, dude, this is fucking terrible. I'm trying to watch what I say because I don't want to get you demonetized.
It's all good. It's all good.
But
I'm like, whatever. All they do is they just certain videos you just won't. It can't get ads don't play during it or something. Like that's all it is. It's not like
yeah, it's weird. Like like some of your streams will come up, and like if I miss a golden, like it's only been a couple since you've been monetized. I think that
you don't have to say that. It's okay if you don't watch them. It's fine.
No, I do watch them. I go out sometimes. I do, believe it or not. But yeah, it's weird now when I'll go to watch one that I've missed and a commercial comes up and I'm just like, whoa, like he's like the real deal now, people.
Sorry.
He got
I have a team I have to pay now. Eventually, I'm like, I'm not even. I feel bad. Like, all this money's gonna go towards them at some point. I don't know. But.
Paul doing all the hard work and Liberty Squirrel.
I know. They did it like of their own thing. So I'm like, all right, if you're gonna do it, let's do it. That's fine.
That's cool, though. That just means that they believe in you. You know what I mean?
And they have been so sweet because I've been like texting them like, I don't want to do it anymore after the new year, blah blah. And they're like, no, you have to do it. I'm like, okay, we'll keep doing it.
I mean, you don't think that's going to be a lot? I keep bothering Paul about canning.
About what?
Canning, because I want to start canning and stuff. So I was like bothering him about the stuff that I need. But I was like, he's going to be so proud of me because when I was sick, I did not just spend all my time on Twitter and watching The Walking Dead. I did do a lot of researching on canning so that I don't kill my family.
Oh, good. So you can it without like botulism and shit. Is what you're saying.
Yeah. Yeah. So we'll see what happens. Paul's like, there's gonna be some explosions. Like my biggest thing is if I make applesauce and I want to be able to can that. You know, I mean, we don't eat it fast enough for me to put it in a huge thing and put it in the fridge. You know, like maybe like you know what I mean? Like a decent sized thing we'll eat, you know, but I also want to plant apple trees. I'm trying to figure that out.
You guys have room to do you could do like, I've seen that picture, even just like a 1/4 acre, you can do so much just on a 1/4 acre and you guys have more than that. So.
Yeah. And I was looking into other stuff because Mike, Mike, he sent me stuff like about like the raised beds and smaller stuff, and I don't like it. Just got me thinking, and I was like, I need to grow garlic, dude. Looks like I'm buying garlic at the store.
Garlic.
So that's
Yeah,
something
and
I'm
herbs and shit is so basil, all that shit is so
Yeah.
easy.
It'll be so easy for Adam just make a little thing to put over it so the animals can't get to it. And then my friend Chris, that's with Marcy that you met, they have a pretty decent amount of property. They sold a lot, but they had a decent amount of property where his mom lives, and they had a really good garden going. So he was like telling me stuff to do around here and shit. Now, like that I'm thinking about, I was pretty buzzed, and I probably should have listened to more of what he was saying.
You can ask again, or the internet knows everything too. So
Because I was like, yeah, there's so much shit I want to grow. Kitty, what are you doing, Kitty? You can't go out there. It's cold. It's like, bitch, lived out there in the wintertime. Meow. Meow. He's the loudest cat.
that's a loud cat.
He's so mouthy. I was going to grab a Corona because I'm like, they're right there. They're right there.
I wish I could grab it from you. Like, I wish I had some of those.
But I can't open them. I would have to go in the house anyways to get the can opener. So then I just might as well grab a Bud Light. Like, Adam can open bottles with his lighter.
Yeah.
I can't do that. I can't do that.
Yeah, I have a couple girlfriends who can do that.
Yeah, I can't. So one night, we were leaving Marina's house. And I was like, well, I know I got to go home, but damn, I want more beer. And she's like, here, take a few Coronas with you. So I take the Coronas, but then Adam's passing out on the couch, and I walk up to him with 3 Coronas. I'm like, can you just open all these? Because I just have the can opener.
I love it. Did he do it before he passed out?
Yes. Hell yeah, he did. He was like, she ain't gonna fucking bother me again. She's just gonna go sit and drink those 3 beers, listen to her music, and leave me the fuck alone. See, to Adam, a lot of times drunk wife equals wife that leaves me alone.
I think that that happens with stoned wife around my house as well. Do you have to get it? Do you have to get another beer? Do you have to go get it, or do you have them out there?
No, I'm gonna have to go get it. I'll end up drinking a Corona. I'll probably.
Do you want to keep going? I'll
Yeah.
have one more beer. Okay, let's keep going. I'm gonna pee and get another beer then.
Well, I was gonna. Okay, you can get me a beer. Go ahead. I'll hold down the chat that I can't see. Go get me a beer, woman.
The fuck you just say to me?
I'm just kidding, sick Adam. What? Ultimate Warrior was great. Ah, first shot.
Oh, read the top one.
Oh. Funny story. I actually do have a sick Adam poster. I had a poster made for Adam's 30th birthday of all of his drunkest moments. Like, it was like a big poster of these big pictures of him really drunk, and everybody signed it. Because I'm a good wife, guys. That's why. I like to remind my husband of his drunk moments, because he really likes to remind me of mine. But first, okay, so Ultimate Warrior. When I was younger, I really, really loved Ultimate Warrior. But as an adult, I'm not sure he would make it into my top 5. In fact, one of my top 5 technically shouldn't even be in my top 5. Some people might be offended by my top 5. Can you name my top 5 wrestlers, Adam?
Like in any order, it doesn't have to be in like order, right?
Right.
Stone Cold.
Should really know the second one right off rip, but okay.
Man, I should have left it so you could see the fire. Sorry. Screwed that up.
Are you serious right now? You can't even think of another one of my
Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Michaels. Him and Stone Cold are pretty fine. Dude,
Who wa-
we were just talking about him a couple weeks ago. We were just talking about him and how him and his brother had some of the greatest matches of the Attitude Era. I'm
Who?
testing Adam
Stone
to see how
Cold?
much he loves me. I mean, so first shot said that one of his, he said something about the Ultimate Warrior. And I said how when I was younger, I really loved the Ultimate Warrior, but now that I'm older and I have a different appreciation for wrestling.
Bret Hart.
He's not even in my top 5. So I asked Adam if he could name my top 5 wrestlers, and so far he's only gotten 2. And I'm kind of hurt right now.
What's
Oh.
Undertaker?
Oh yeah, Farron's
Undertaker-
searching for property. Sorry.
Undertaker is like Waylon Jennings. It would be like saying Waylon Jennings my favorite country singer. It's like he's one of the greatest, dude. You should just appreciate him. Like
Lance,
like-
one day I will be selling
No.
merch soon.
Matt Hardy.
I'm not ignoring that, Farron. Her and her husband are having a discussion. We all can talk about something else too. I'm
Jeff
just kidding.
Edge. Or Jeff Hardy, sorry. And the
I'm
last,
done, sorry.
and then the last one.
Oh,
And people like hate this about me, but I don't know what to do with it.
Chris Benoit.
Chris Benoit, and it's
I knew I just handed my head out there. I'm like,
it's so bad because like I can't even watch his matches anymore. But dude, he was one of the greatest technical wrestlers to ever do it, and I mean, I don't know, he's still a fucking motherfucking fucker, dude. And what he did to wrestling, I can't. I don't know. I want to talk about it.
Farron, you're not bad at anything. You're perfect. No, she's been looking for property. But everything's so well. Everything out here. Since I've been a licensed real estate, I talked about this. This is the first time prices have actually like gone down, and like it's not a seller's market right now. So we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens.
Chris and Marcy, like they haven't given up. They're going to look for a house again, but they were looking at houses and they were like, just like everything was so expensive, and then what you need to pay to fix the things that need to be fixed is just crazy.
And now the sad part is the loans are more expensive now, but she's on First Shot. She's on Twitter. Zora, First Shot, be nice, first of all, to her. Be sweet to her. She's a sweetie.
Yeah, Zora's so sweet. I follow her.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So like the loans are a little more, but everyone's been like, I'm saving up for the downturn, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, this in Colorado, literally since like 2012, this is the first time prices are like you actually as a buyer can like negotiate a price. Like even in March 2022, this year, that deal is like my clients had to pay a shit ton over asking, no questions asked, waiving, like asking to fix, like it was such a seller's market that you had to like put everything on the line. And then like a couple months later, for the first time in my whole career, prices were going down, and like there was like you could actually like now all the like, because I haven't had any listings in forever, but like all the listing agents, I'm like, oh, you actually have to work to sell the house now. You actually have to work. There's not like 50 offers in one day, so it's really interesting. Yeah, Farron, though, it's just like it's one of those things. You'll know, obviously you're looking for something specific from what I've seen, the like little property and all that stuff, but like it's always should I buy, should I not buy? But like if you want a spot to put your head, maybe it'll be expensive, maybe it won't, or maybe it'll be a good deal, maybe it won't, but at least you got a fucking spot to put your head. That's how I feel.
Yeah, and I mean, as long as you can make the payments, I just think you're better off than being stuck in like a rental. Like my cousin just bought a house. You met him, Skipper Alex. I think
Oh,
you
yeah,
guys.
Skipper. I met Skipper because he's a libertarian, right? Or ish.
Yeah, he like couldn't believe that Robbie the Fire was at your house and shit. And yeah, because he'll like send me stuff, and I'm like, I already knew. Like,
Yeah, if you're
but
not on Twitter, like you're so far. Twitter is like first.
and that's
It's
what I
true.
try to like. Yeah. Um. But yeah, like he bought a house in Akron. It was $220,000, and I was like, holy shit! But at the same time, I'd rather see him do that than be renting again.
At least
Or
there's a chance to get that money back, you know?
yeah, even if it's like not all of it. Like our house, my sister, like she wanted like 120 grand for this house, but like we were smart and like know people. And it's like after all the work we would put into this house, they were like, you barely get a little bit above what you want, what you paid for it. So I did not. We did not pay that for this house.
Well, and it was from family too, so you shouldn't, you know, there should be.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to like get it for anything cheaper than what it was worth, but like part of my family's problem is like they'll tell me how smart I am, you know, like, but it's like obviously you're just saying that to patronize me because when I actually give you legit information, you act like I'm stupid, you know, like I'm not stupid when it comes to this kind of stuff. Like I may not have understand all the ins and outs of loans and shit like that, but I know how much shit costs and I know how much time is worth to people, you know, and you know, like that, like my sister made a comment, well, you guys are going to do this work yourself. Okay, well, that's still our time and it's still our money.
Yeah, what is that? That doesn't matter. Like,
yeah,
that doesn't matter. It's all about, there's people who flip houses and they do all the work themselves. And guess what? They still get like top. That doesn't matter who does the work. That means you're not spending on all the contractors and stuff. That's all.
like I know people like around our area. I don't know if you remember, but it's the road we went down it quite a bit to get to Strongsville. But when you would come out of my house and you would turn right on this street, there's a bunch of houses at the end of this street, and there's that really, really busy road.
The
Right
highway.
there. But we'll take you to the center of town and it takes you to the highway. It's a very busy road. And it's a very small lot. There's people I know that spent like 100 grand on them fucking houses, and they ended up having to move out because they weren't even that good houses, and they were just so overwhelmed by it, and ended up, yeah.
That's how it is out here. The neighbor here, they paid almost 700,000, and they've been redoing it, and they're just moving in now, like 10 months later. They had to redo the whole thing at 700. It's crazy.
Yeah, and then like something my dad would tell me, and like I think my parents, there were times my parents struggled because times had changed so much that there were things that they didn't know about because it wasn't like that when they bought a house or, you know, did certain things. But one thing my dad told me is there's a lot of people who the bank will offer them a loan, and the loan is actually more than they can afford, but the person takes the whole loan thinking like, oh, well, I'm going to take all this extra money and do this with it. And then something happens and they can't afford it.
Yeah, you have to be smart. And like even people, a lot of my clients will be like, well, I can go up to this amount. And I'm like, okay, well, we're going to, you know, we look down, we try to get a deal. I mean, it was weird out here, but like, yeah, you don't want to spend as much as you can. And yeah, that is funny how you said things are different because I have clients and then their parents will come along, you know, and the parents think it's still like 1990. It's like, no, but it's cute.
Yeah, like my dad, like I didn't want to, like when I was younger, I kind of wanted to buy this house. But then I got to a point where I was like, okay, like Adam and I we're going to end up buying our own house. Because I wasn't like, oh, my mom's gonna die and then we're gonna have to move in with like that doesn't you don't think about that, like you're just like, okay, like we're gonna stay, we're gonna buy our own
Yeah,
home.
you didn't expect her to pass away when she did.
Yeah. So I was just kind of like, one day I'm gonna have to say goodbye to that house. And then like my one sister had mentioned us buying the house, and I was like, I'm not buying this house. At the time, like I was like, I'm not buying this house. And then my dad said something to me about buying the house, and then Scar was like, well, this is the only home I've ever really known. And I was like, that's really kind of sad. Not
That's
sad, like
cute.
not. It's beautiful, but sad that like I just felt bad that I didn't think about it that way. Like I was just kind of like I didn't want to deal with having to buy a house from my sister. Like I didn't, and I was right. It ruined our relationship. We'll never talk again, and it's
Hi,
not even
Adam.
like it's Adam's leaving,
It says his phone's about to die.
huh? Oh, Adam's
Yeah.
phone about to die.
Yeah, and
I
then
thought
he's just gonna shower. First shot, yeah, like I was just saying, that's the first time in my whole career that like price is actually, like I said, in March you had to basically come in with 60 grand above cash, and then now it's like you can actually make a deal. And that's the first time since I've been licensed that's happened. So, because it's just been crazy out here since, and it's the last 2021 was the first year in Colorado in almost a decade that less people moved in than moved out. So like it's kind of like balancing out, but we'll see. I just need more clients. People hire me. If you know anyone moving or selling in Colorado, hook them up before us, mommy. Thank you.
I'll hit up my best friend from years ago and see if he's ever going to move back to Colorado, because I know he loves it there. He would come back to Ohio and he'd be like, Ohio people suck. Colorado's so much better. And I'm just like, oh my God, you suck, dude. Like, it's not that we suck, it's that you always suck, and you just needed a change of scenery and not be living underneath your mother's nose anymore.
Yeah, I hate when people say, even like the little town that's like closest to here that I grew up in, people be like, I can't wait to get out of this stupid town, blah blah blah. And then that town blew up, like it's a huge town. So like obviously people wanted to live there. And second of all, like, oh, I was laughing because this girl, she's on my Instagram and she's friends with my best friend. They were really close for a while. And like I posted something about the school loans, and this girl who has a bunch of them, she's like, I ain't paying back shit. Me and my other friend were just like, cool attitude. She's just always had that attitude, and she wants to, we were laughing because she wants to start a business, but you gotta get a license and all that stuff. And we're like, you're gonna pay for it, honey. What? like you're gonna figure it out sooner or later. Like, how do people take those? Like, I understand which I don't. I know people are like, well, they were pressured into it. And I'm like, yeah. Like, there's some times when, like, that's an excuse, but most of the time it's not, right? So I don't understand how people took them more recently, knowing that they're so crappy, and then, like, are now like, yeah. But, like, and trust me, I'm like, take advantage of shit, work your things. And at this point, especially, I'm like, take all your money back from the government, can, but not that. Like, I really am mad about the whole school loan thing, because I'm like, I was an idiot and I didn't sign up for them. No,
right? It's like people with like, there's people that like I know fucking look down at me. Just yes, conservatives. I'm talking about you, the uppity conservatives, because like. Well, listen, you know what? It was both of them. There was just uppity conservatives and uppity liberals, just like there's pedophile liberals and pedophile conservatives, like. But yeah, like they would like look down at us like, hey, you should go to college so you don't end up like that. And it's like, well, I didn't end up hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. And you know what I love? You know what I fucking love? Is and this goes back to like just what Adam said today on Twitter, and they just assume he's conservative. Like, I will say shit and people will be like, oh, it must be nice to be rich or never have a loved one that needs health care. And it's just
You're like, excuse me? You're like, excuse me?
And like, I am my own reason for trying not to make presumptions out of people. But I gotta tell you, people, you've really let me down a lot because like so many of you are just becoming NPCs that just follow along with everything, and it's fucking wild to me. It's like you can't just look at a situation and see how it's different from a different situation. You know, like people just try to be like, stealing's bad. Okay, yes, stealing is bad. But is there not a difference between a mother who steals a loaf of bread and a thing of peanut butter and a gallon of milk than a dude that steals a 12 pack? You know what I'm saying? Like, people just have this inability to look at each situation with like clear eyes. Like, this is an individual situation. This has nothing to do with other situations. Like, are we incapable of doing that anymore? And I like, Maj was talking. Oh yeah, shit, because you don't have fucking Twitter, dude. I'm gonna have to start sending you all the Twitter stuff that's going on that gets me heated, so you know what I'm talking about. So Maj was like talking a little, like talking about like how conservatives will get upset over certain things, you know, and like they don't like to see their own hypocrisy in things. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're just incapable of looking at situations without being a conservative. Like, you're losing your individuality. People are like, oh, I'm not going to follow you anymore, Maj, you know? He brought up reparations too, which like I don't like agree with like reparations, but like I do look at them differently after listening to people like Hotep Jesus and Maj Trey and like seeing him in a different way. And like so many people attacked him for it. And it's like, you agree with this dude on so
Yeah, just don't agree with him at that point. Like, no one's asking you. Like, Hotep Jesus brought up Islam. I'm like, cool, that's what you, or like,
right.
I'm not going to argue that.
Yeah, and Hotep Jesus, he talks about reparations. And he talked about reparations in a way that made me go, huh, you know, because I think some people, they just want everything to be like this pure anarchist society or this pure libertarian society, and that's not where we're living anymore. So there's some things like how you said, like, take what you can get. Like, listen, my kids get Medicaid. You think I'm not going to take that shit? Like, my husband works his fucking ass off. My parents work their
just
fucking
told me
ass
to sign
off.
up for it because I didn't make very much money this year. So it's like, get the fuck on it.
Yeah, like I'm going to see if I can get this stuff through the one hospital that I went to because my gyno's there too. So I would be able to have my practitioner and my gyno through like, it still would be like my two most important things in the same place. Yeah, like, I mean, yeah, you should, you know, take advantage of shit. But yeah, like Hotep Jesus like was talking about like black property and like churches and stuff. Like something that I didn't know until Trump brought it up with his platinum plan that he was going to do for all the black people. Do you remember that?
Okay. I do remember that.
Okay, so something that I didn't know is that a lot of black churches don't get as much like grants and federal funding, whereas like churches in suburbs will. Well, the thing is when you take away from those churches and they don't have what they need, especially to keep these young kids off the streets and like keep them busy doing other things, and they don't have that funding to do that, that's just going to make the community worse and worse. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I really don't think white churches need any more federal taxes.
Well, they shouldn't get any. I mean, they don't. That's the whole thing. You don't pay taxes, so you don't get. You shouldn't be.
Well, right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, we live in a society where like these people have been given all these tax cuts, and to me, it's like, okay, it's like I look at like the church in my town, and it's this the church that I grew up going to. It's a huge, beautiful church. It's huge, you know. And then we went to a church for Marina's grandpa, and it's like these people are so fucking passionate. Like they're fucking passionate about this shit. But their churches, they don't have money. They don't get the same tax cuts and the same grants as white churches do. And I didn't know that. But then one of these black urban people, and I'm not a Trumper, I'm just saying that, just making that clear. But Trump actually met with all these fucking black urban leaders who were then called white supremacists and like was finding this stuff out. Like he actually took the time to do that. And it's like, yeah, like why you're giving all these grants and all this shit to these white churches and suburban churches, and then when you do it to these communities that obviously really fucking need this shit, dude. Like they need it for
They
their
need and that's community stuff, which
yeah.
is what
And
they
it's
need.
like I'm not even a church person. I don't even go to a church, but I value what a church can give to somebody and what they can give to a community. And yeah, like sometimes there are bad shit that happens in churches. You know, there's bad shit that happened at my church, but there's also a lot of good that happened too.
It's
like there's
community
always,
for a lot of people.
right, you know, and so yeah, there's like all different types of ways you can look at that kind of stuff. But yeah, even though I don't agree with government, I don't agree with all these taxes and government grants and government this and that's not where we live. So I'm just not gonna freak out on people like Maj Toure because he said like one thing that I sort of disagreed with.
Right. And I would trust, like, I trust in my, in Capistan, in my head, it's like small communities with things like churches and shit. Because I trust a church. Yeah, bad shit does happen at churches, but I trust a church more than I do the government to take care of the people who are falling through the cracks or whatever, Yeah, and like you said with Maj, Maj was trying to compare the PPP loans with the school forgiveness loans. That's where like a lot of people got mad at him because they aren't comparable. Like I don't know what he was trying to do, and I'm like, yeah, we get it. We didn't want there to have to be those PPP loans. Like that was stupid that the government shut down and did that. But there's like they're not the same as the school loan forgiving. Like it's just that. But I'm not like I don't hate the guy. I'm not like gonna not. That's
Yeah,
what they're like, oh, I can't follow you anymore. Like, no, it's like, ugh.
Yeah, I think a lot of times Maj is like, we're like, none of us are really that different, dude. Like, like we're all bitching just like about something, dude. And it's just like, I don't know. Like, as long as somebody is just like on board with liberty, like I'm good. But the only issue I have with a lot of conservatives is just their thin blue line.
Yeah, that's who takes the guns. That's who takes the guns. Is the police, and it's like, and they're like, no, they wouldn't do it. Then, like, what's the point? Then.
And listen, there were like people will be like, oh well, there were sheriffs that said that they wouldn't impose these COVID laws, and I get that. And you know what? Kudos to those sheriffs. You probably fucking arrest people for weed and stupid shit, but I guess kudos in that aspect. But sheriffs are elected. A lot of people don't live under that anymore. Like in my town, we have a chief of police. He gets hired by our mayor, and which, like, by the way, like in my town, this is something interesting to think about when it comes to democracy. So, mind you, people, I am not good at math. Okay, I might be a little bit buzzed right now, but I was sober when I did this. So in my town, we had 5 people running for mayor. Okay. And the one guy had been on city council for about 15 years. Met that dude when I was working at fucking Burger King back in the day when he first got elected as city council. I voted for him. So it was that guy, another guy from city council, and then 3 other people, right? So the dude that ended up winning was the dude that was city council president, which we all knew was going to happen because he had the backing of the previous mayor. He had all like the money coming to him and blah, 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 blah. So he ends up winning, and that people kept saying, well, the people elected him, and this is what the people want. But if you added up all the other people that ran, all those other people that ran, when you added it up, they actually got more votes than the one guy did. So no, most of us
Democracy,
did
baby.
not want him. We didn't want him. And he's a bitch, dude. He's a bitch. Like, he stood in my driveway, like, talking about he knew about our police issues and blah, 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 blah. And then he was going to close down our police station. Like, we have this huge fucking police station in jail that we, like, rent out to other people. And I'm like, why are we renting out a fucking jail to other fucking people? Like, what kind of criminals are they? Like, because let's be honest, there are actual criminals that belong in jail. Not trying to sound like a Karen, like, oh my God, are we going to have potheads running around the street? But, like, yeah, like, I was like, holy shit, this dude does have a little bit of balls. Like, he's going to fucking straight close down most of our police stations, have a little bit, cut, like, half of the fucking force, and then here comes the fucking lady that I voted for, supported, wrote an endorsement in a local paper for sticking up for the police. And I was like, holy shit. Yeah. And like Adam and I just never supported it. It got really, really awkward between me and her. And then when she ran for city council again, I had to tell her that I couldn't support her because I felt that strongly about it. We're so over police here. It's fucking crazy. And people like try and scare you like her husband was like, we're gonna have crackheads and heroin addicts and all this other shit running
and everyone
around.
in the neighborhood is armed and they'll take care of it and it's fine.
Yeah, listen, I'm gonna be so disappointed if poor fucking cops and SUVs can't show up to my neighbor's house because one of them went the wrong way when they were doing construction and the other one was doing work at 8:30 at night. How will we go on without 4 cops and SUVs with their fucking lights on? How will we ever survive that? And it was so awkward. I don't like confrontation. Like, I will be a bitch when I have to be a bitch, but when it's in a situation like that where it's like, I like you, like, I don't really want to be mean to you, but like, they got to a point where like, I can't publicly endorse you because even though I'm not a public person, I don't want it to be out there that I supported somebody that supported the police like this, like and did it in such a dramatic way. You and your husband bullying, yelling at everybody, doing the exact same thing that the left does. You use scare tactics against people. You know what I mean? Like you went against everything that you bitched about. So like I can't support you anymore. But you're still a sweet lady. You're just brainwashed. You're a nice lady. I don't want to argue.
People just are always like, I think that's part of the problem with humanity on whatever side is just there's someone there, there's the authoritative, I got to call my dad, or I don't know like how to explain it, but someone's always like, well, I'm going to tell on you basically, which the left does and the right, like there's always someone there, someone else, I'm going to tell on you too. And it's like, you can't, like, that's not a good way to go through life. You got to like go through life saying, I'm going to deal with this with you right now, if we can, but we're in this world. So it is what it is. For sure. I know it did. But that's that's like I said, like when George Floyd held a gun to a pregnant woman, it should have ended there. Like that's where that should have ended.
We wouldn't be in this situation.
Like I know people get mad about vigilante is different, but like swift justice and stuff, like That's like the
You
best
wanna
way to
have
go.
all
If
these,
someone's attacking me and I shoot them and kill them, we know they were a bad guy because they were attacking. You know, like they would escalate or whatever. You know, like I don't know.
yeah.
I
And I mean, I think, I don't know if any of you guys like watched George Floyd's like videos that he was putting out, and like, listen, I don't know what happens to people that like makes them do that. And my privilege has always been like, not only was I willing to work, but I knew how to work. I knew how to get to work. And I get that there's kids that don't grow up with that. And to me, that is a privilege that you have. If you have good parents, that's a privilege because you didn't work for it, you didn't earn it. You were just pushed out into it, you know? So that's a privilege. But like, if you watch some of his videos, like, I don't know, dude. Like, that dude, like, he was fucked up.
oh yeah, Daryl Brooks. That we talked about that yesterday on the stream. The guy who drove the
Have you watched
Waukesha.
any of that? Have you watched any of that?
I watched part of it because Paul got me all excited about that Rakita Law guy. So I was watching some of that stuff. But yeah, like thank God they made the right decision. And like that was scary. Why I'm so surprised that the news didn't make a bigger deal of that because it was scary. Like on Twitter, a lot of us saw the video of him running into people, like you know, like they showed a bunch of random videos that never made it to mainstream news and stuff. So like, but
Right.
and he got out of jail. He had just gotten out of jail and he was like trying to kill his girlfriend with a car. And then he got out of jail and did that. And he was apparently like a black nationalist.
Oh yeah,
Thing.
there was videos going around of him too. And that's another thing with Twitter is like we would see a lot of stuff that other people wouldn't see. Like I would talk to people that were just like on Facebook and I'm like, do you just see that? They're just like,
Twitter's
no,
so good for information. Like
because it comes so quick and so fast. And yeah, you do have to decipher between what's real and what's fake, you know, like there's a lot of people that are like, oh, big news coming tomorrow about the election. They'll never be able to hide this. And I'm just like, like, I don't even fucking care. Like,
yeah, that's all BS. Like Twitter was great because you got stuff before it got censored, basically. Hey, Farms. Give me a second here.
your hat looks so warm. I cannot find, I have an Ohio State hat, you know, that's like a knitted hat like yours, because I like the fold over. I don't like,
yeah, not every beanie is good. Like this is a good beanie. I like this beanie.
Yeah.
But not every beanie works.
Can't find it. It was so warm. Because Adam told me to wear his one hat. I'm like, I don't like those hats.
Which hats?
Like I like hats that fold over in the front. I like it to fold here. Like it fits my head, it fits around my hair better. But he likes the one with no fold. He likes just the no fold.
Yeah, he doesn't have hair or like as much hair, so
yeah. So yeah, like they slip off. I think with hair, you need to have the fold over.
I'm so glad Farms hopped on. I love Farm. We have like all the awesome girls in the chat right now. We have Buxom, Farms, and Zora.
There's actually girls in our chat.
Yeah, like the best ones too. Like we got some like VIP shit going on tonight, y'all. Oh yeah, Farms is so sick. I got to Farms is I love Farms, and we were on the one cool thing about Discord is it does have voice chat. It has like basically what Spaces was on Twitter, you know, like you can voice chat, you can get on video too, but so it's kind of fun to connect with people. I need to do more of those, but you know.
Oh my God.
Night. And so and Farms and Zora, if you guys want to hop on, let me know. Tell me where to send a link. You guys can hop on totally if you want. I love you. I love Farms. I love Farms and juice. Juicy juice.
I'm gonna grab this bottle opener too.
Are you doing a Corona?
I have one Bud Light left. So I'll probably
okay.
do another Corona. after
So
that.
everyone knows when I was at Alice's house in, what was that, September? They bought
Yeah.
Coronas, and they still have the Coronas there because Coronas is not the preferred drink there. So,
Oh my God, we had so much beer left over because
well,
somehow
he came late at night, like with a bunch of beer.
there was still like a lot of people there, and we didn't know who was drinking what or how much people were drinking. And me and my cousin and Adam kept telling my poor sober cousin's husband all these different numbers of beer.
He did good though. He came back with like 3 big packages of Bud Light and then the Coronas. I remember, but it was late. I wasn't drinking anymore at that point. So
Yeah, and I think we thought that one of the guys was drinking Coronas, but he wasn't. He was drinking Bud Light too. Because me, Steve-O, Adam, and Edgar, we stayed up dancing till like 3:30.
yeah, you all were up late. Zurich, it has a weird smell that could be kind of like weed for sure. Corona does.
It does. That's what I tell Adam all the time. That it has like a weed smell to
A
it.
skunky smell to it. It's got a skunky smell to
Yeah.
it.
So, and when I smell skunky, I think that the beer's gone bad. You know.
Well,
But like
us Mexicans like our skunky beer. Okay.
They do. But I guess the Mexican Edgar, I think we thought Edgar and
his friend Edgar was so sweet.
he was, oh my God, he was dancing with us, and then poor Steve-O. And Adam took a picture of it. I'll have to have him send it to you. Steve-O, Adam went to pee and I went to pee somewhere, and he thought like we were done, and then I came back out and I remember, like I actually remember standing like above him like, dude, I'm not done. Get off my dance floor.
You got and you used that dance floor. You got your money out of it.
Yeah, like we're thinking about having like a big, because my parents used to do the July 4th picnics, and it was this big thing. And then when my dad was like too sick to do them anymore, it was like this mark of time, like the beginning of my dad getting really sick.
Right.
But yeah, so we wouldn't do the July 4th party, but I think it would be fun to have like a September party every year with a big fire and put up the tent and maybe
And
have
the weather was great.
Yeah, have the dance floor. Like I won't rent all the chairs and stuff like that, but
right. Well, it won't be an event. Like it'll be a party. You won't have to do a whole thing.
Like the dance floor would be the most expensive thing.
You guys should just buy one, or he could just build you one. Adam.
That's what I said. I'm like, there has to be a way to just fucking build one of those. Like, go up there and look at it.
Well, yeah, because they like put it on metal, and then like, I mean, it's elevated a little.
Yeah, they put it in within like about 20 minutes. Yeah. And we want to get a shed so you could just store it in the shed.
I mean, I'll drink anything, but if I'm going to drink, I got to, not go too hard where I throw up like the other night on Tuesday and not even remember everything I said on a podcast, but whatever. You said it. You're pretty sure I didn't say names, so that's good.
That's funny. It's like, so when I did when it was the night that first shot came on the live stream, me and Adam were outside and we were listening to Sibling Reverie, and we were like drinking and listening to music, listening to them and shit. So I was like, I'm very chill and very whatever when I'm sitting by the fire. And Adam was like, oh, first shot's on. So I was like, oh, fuck, I gotta go on. And we went on. And then the next day I was like, oh my God, dude, like, what the? I don't even remember getting off that stream last night. And I went back and listened to it and I was like, oh my fuck.
yeah, I'm not going back to. I remember most of it, but towards the end, it got a little. And then I was looking at my cup the next day, and I was like, I was just drinking pure tequila. That's what I was doing. Like I wasn't putting more mixer in. I was just, and I was drinking it fast. So like, oh. But like I said, I got it out of me fast, so I didn't feel too terrible the next day. Poor Mr. Forrest Mommy came up, and I'm like in the bathtub with the shower on, like just like, help. But then it was fine. That's how it goes sometimes, you know. I didn't drink in my 20s, so I'm making up for it now. In my 30s, well, past 33.
Yeah, like I would drink sometimes, and then so when I was 20, I broke up with my fiance, and I moved back home, and I turned 21, and then I started going to the bars a little bit, and then I was just kind of like, this is very unfulfilling, you know? And like I would still drink sometimes, but I was more the type like I like laugh and make fun of myself. I was like, my friends and I were just like, you know, we were just like stoners that sat around a fire like listening to country music and like talking about philosophy.
Like, yeah, that's all because me and my ex got together at 19.
Yeah, like I mean, so yeah, like I did my thing for a bit and just was wild after a breakup or whatever, and I was just like, this really isn't my thing. And then like
I didn't have money to go to the bars either in my 20s, really. Like
bars are expensive, dude.
it was so. I remember thinking, and I remember I used to make fun of girls like me, like, oh, they're going out getting drinks in their sexy little outfits. Now I'm like, or then like eventually I started to do that too. I get it, but like I couldn't have done that at that. Like I was so broke in my 20s, and I even had even paying for shit together. Like we just didn't have. We had money to get weed, and that was it. Like that's what we did. We just sat at home and paid our rent and smoked weed, and it was great. It was a wonder, you know, like it was. I think so highly of that time of my life. I'll never be. It was great. It makes me remember, like, oh yeah, like you're still a pothead. First of all, second of all, you can like enjoy things without like. Luckily, I haven't been. I'm spoiled, but I'm not like super spoiled. But like, you have to remember, you can be so happy with so little. You really can.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, dude, sometimes I watch The Walking Dead and I'm like, that's the life, man. Like,
just survival, just surviving and fighting things off once in a while, you know.
stabbing things. Like, I just like the appeal. It's just like if no government is just such a strong appeal to me. And then when people end up falling in line with another government, I'm like, oh my
Which
God.
will happen. Like that's what I expect would happen. But I'm like, also, like, you know, and they always say, well, all these warlords will start. And I'm like, we're literally worried about nuclear war right now. That's like the warlordest of warlord. Like, I would rather some dum-dum with 3,000 acres who thinks he's a warlord than like nuclear war having governments, you know? It's just so.
And like the best places on The Walking Dead are always the places that you can be there by choice. Like nobody's forcing you to be there, and you can always have whatever kind of weapons you want to have. You know, like
defense. You want to defend yourself however you want. That should be like innate in you. We were talking about that on the stream last night a little bit too. Like, yeah, you know what? People will be discrimination and people will be racist, but voluntary association and them saying, like I said with the Hoppians, they not that anybody wants to be in their community, but if they want to like keep people out, I prefer voluntary association because that's how you keep things peaceful, because people want to hang out with people they can cooperate with and be peaceful. Like that's how it should be. And like you shouldn't be like trying to get into other people's spaces who don't want you in. Like, well, except for Twitter. Let me the fuck back in Twitter. But other than that, like that's different. That's a little different. I get it. But it's like that's why it makes me so mad when people are like, I'm like, do you not understand the difference between voluntary association, which they can't handle that because I'm like, you know what? There will be stores that will say no blacks or whatever. But that's a good thing because then you know. Then you know.
And I want to know. Like, I want to know. Like,
I don't want to support their business. I don't want to accidentally support the business of some asshole.
Yeah, and I think people still think we live in a time where a business like that would survive, and I don't think it would.
Even like especially like the gay cake thing, which that happened out here in Colorado, which was so stupid. And I'm like, there were all these other bakeries you could have got cakes at. Like, do you not? I understand. Hate the dude. Don't like the dude because he doesn't like you. Whatever. But why did it have to turn into that whole fucking thing where the government is forcing you to make a cake for someone you don't want to make a cake for? Like,
right. My cousin at like his take on that was so funny. Like I wish like I'll just never forget the way he just said it all and everything, and I'll never be able to repeat it the way he did. But he just the simplest way I can explain it was he was like, I don't blame them. Like if they really did just go to the store because I guess they had been there for cakes before, but then when they asked for a wedding cake, they said no. He was like, I don't blame them for like letting people know.
Yeah,
say,
that's you make
know,
a review, say a review.
And he's like, and in all honesty, he's like, I wouldn't fucking go to that bakery anymore either because I would just look at him like, guess like you just don't want to make money.
And there's so many other bakeries that you can go to.
Yeah. Go fucking Walmart, dude. That Walmart cake was fucking phenomenal.
Oh, that cake was good.
And it was so pretty too. And the purple turned out good. Like I'm not like, I mean, you could probably tell from the party. Like I'm not like an over the top girl, but like
you got the basics. I know. Yeah, I got you completely.
Like little things that I'm just like, and the purple on that, and I think the We Still Do thing just it just looks cute. It was so good.
It was good. I had like I ate so much food when I was in Ohio. Like I came back and I was like, I don't need to eat for like 3 days. I'm not even fucking hungry. I just ate. So I wasn't even hungry and I was still eating food. Oh, my the sausage dip was a big hit. So thank you for introducing me.
Good.
Or the zombie brains. It was zombie brains.
And it's so easy to make. You just cook the sausage and then you just throw everything in a crock pot.
Rotel is so good too. Cause I mean, you can do that with like anything. You can do like Velveeta, beef, Rotel. You know, like you can just like mix stuff like that, make the best dips of stuff.
Scarlett makes so one of Scarlett's homeschool projects at one point was like she had to pick a recipe to make, and she picked this like chicken fiesta rice, and there's Rotel in it, and it's so fucking good. Like she made it the first time, and Adam was kind of like, okay, and like he's like, holy shit. Like,
did you see the whole biscuits and gravy fight on Twitter? Were you seeing any of that?
That is what eventually one of the things that I eventually posted that I said, I can't believe some of you have not figured out that people enjoy different things.
Suffy did it just to be a shit. That's for sure. Like, I don't know if I like Dr. Suffy, but he does stuff like that just to be a shit, just to cause a like funny fight.
Which is funny, but then like there's people that like get really mad about that shit, dude, and like they
have to like be right about it, and you're like, this isn't a right or wrong issue, it's a taste issue.
Yeah, like a lot of people on Twitter, I swear to God, they just remind me of my brother. Like they just want to be dicks just to be dicks, and
that's the internet.
Yeah, and they just have like this anger towards the world. They're just angry people. And then, it just annoys me. Like, I like A1 steak sauce. I fucking love that shit, dude. I will put it on so much shit.
First shot he said, "Welcome to the Midwest." This is true. My family, which we're originally from the Midwest, so we always laugh at ourselves because we'll be eating this big, beautiful meal, and then we're talking about the next meal. We're like, "Oh, what are we gonna?" We're like planning out the next meal while we're eating. Like that is so Midwest. I love stuff. And then you were just saying, what were you just saying about the fight? Oh, I was stupid and I vanity searched my name in a couple different ways since I haven't been on. I'm like, and people were saying such mean things about me, but then I'm all like, how stupid. Like, they don't even, like, it's so funny what people will say without knowing you. You know what I mean? Like, it just cracks me up. I've been on the internet a long time, people being mean to me, and it just cracks me up.
And I try to be so nice. Like, there's so many times that people will say something and I'll just be like, you're a fucking idiot. Like, I so bad just want to be like, you're a fucking idiot. But
why? But why? Like, what would that do?
When you come at people too harshly, it's not going to get them to open their eyes, Like that dude today on Twitter with Adam. Like, just automatically, Adam points out the stupidity of COVID. Oh my God, you must be a Trumper. You must be a thin blue liner. And that's not me and Adam at all, And it's like, at first I wanted to just be like, you're a fucking idiot. Now, there was a point after I said a few things that I was like, you're both so dumb. Like,
it's not even worth it. Like, they won't even understand that they can change or like not think about shit like that.
Right. And I guess Adam said, because the last tweet I sent was only a few minutes before I got on the stream with you, but the last thing I posted was I retweeted the one dude that said that, Adam drives around in his big truck with a thin blue line flag. And, well, you've seen our little economical car that we drive.
Yeah, that's what you should drive. Like, that's it's so funny how they make this like whole picture in their head and you're like, like, it's a whole, like, do you not understand that people are individuals? Like, everybody, every group is an individual. People are individuals, even if they're in group. Like, it's so stupid.
I mean, if we had more money, would Adam get a truck? Like, say we won the lottery big tomorrow. Would Adam? I tell Adam, go get a fucking truck.
You don't even drive. Why would you need two cars if you're not driving?
Like, if the only reason that would make sense is like if we like won the lottery big is because he would quit his job and then we wouldn't have access to the trucks we have.
And he'd be doing his own job. He would have started his own company.
Yeah, like he has access. If we need to move something, he has access to trucks to move it. So we do that kind of shit a lot, but we don't need to have a car to like drive. That's not economically smart for a family of four.
He drove his ex-wife's shit car that he got to keep in the divorce, like, till it ran into the ground, even though it's construction. You know what I mean? Like, that's how you're smart about shit, is by not spending money on stupid shit, like cars especially. Like,
dude, the car we had for a couple of years that we brought Scarlett home in was my sister's old fucking Ford Escort, and it was broken down, and my sister's like said she was just gonna have it towed out of there. She was just gonna junk it. She didn't want anything for it. And Adam was like, are you serious? And she's like, yeah. And he was like, I'll take it. She was like, are you serious? He's like, I'll get that thing running. And he got that fucking thing running, dude. We got that car for free. Yeah. My sister didn't want to bother with it. She was like, it just won't run. It's too much to fix. Like, not going to really get anything for it. But Adam knows how to work on shit, and he knows people that if there's things he couldn't do. But yeah, we got that car running, and we had it for a couple years.
Yeah. It got you from point A to point B. I did what I needed to do.
Yeah, and now we're homeowners, and you've seen my mansion.
Yeah, I'm thankful my parents weren't in the whole car. That's another thing I never got. I never had to get a car loan because I always bought just cheap shit, broken down cars, like what I could save up and get. So
Yeah, Adam's boss actually, so our cars, like this one we had now, he bought it for us and then we just paid him off. So,
Oh yeah,
and
yeah,
then,
he told me that. And that's great because he's like, I need this boy to come to work and work for me. And that's fine. And then guess what? Adam will do a good job for him because he helped him out.
yeah,
Like that's life. That's how
yeah,
you're
and then
supposed to.
it helped too because like we didn't have like it wasn't that our credit was like horrible, like it wasn't great, but like we didn't have a ton of credit. Like we weren't the
Yeah, when
type of
you don't
people.
when you don't borrow a lot of money,
Yeah,
you don't have. I don't.
yeah,
That's you get punished for that, which I get,
yeah.
but then like it's stupid too.
But our DTI was low. Like we
What's
didn't
DTI?
owe money. Our
Oh,
debt
debt
to
to income.
yeah,
Yeah.
we didn't owe a bunch of money. Like we didn't owe
I
anything.
know that they're
Like
like, you need to play the game. You guys need to start. That's the whole funny thing about our financial thing too, which it could work in a free market as well. But they're like, they tell people, oh, you need to start borrowing money so that you can borrow more money, so you can borrow more money, so you can borrow more money, and like look good. Like it's such a funny system. Like
yeah, and it wasn't like that for my parents, you know? Like they thought
your
that
mom probably, her income probably wasn't even allowed on the mortgage. It was probably just they probably just counted his. I don't know if your mom worked at that time, but like
no, like by the time they bought this house, yeah. But my mom she stayed home until they bought the business, I think. Was
because I know
she
for a long time, even if the woman worked, they
so,
wouldn't count her income
oh
on.
yeah, yeah. My dad uh was in real estate. That was one of his first jobs. And my aunt who had like one of the craziest lives, man. She was one of my role models. Like
Fun
she
aunt.
was yeah, like no, she wasn't exactly fun.
Oh,
she
like
she was
business aunt.
uh, she was old school, definitely been through some shit and but I don't know, she was just
Her,
who she was. Like I
her.
couldn't even like put a label on her. Like but so when she left her husband, which women did not do back then, but she left him, um, she got a job and my dad helped her buy a home. He was so proud and she was so proud because it was his first job and he helped her do something that a lot of women couldn't do back then, and that was buy their own home.
With their own on their
Yeah,
name.
yeah, and like that was like yeah, like I love my family, man. Like they have like good stories, like like, and I'm like trying to pass that on to my kids, like
Working around the system too, like the system's rules aren't our rules necessarily, stuff like that.
what you looking for.
Was there another parking block on here?
Scarlett took it.
Golden Temple of Hash from Cannoli. Who's Cannoli, Elrod? I know Stoner. That's why I love that Stoner doesn't drive, and he's just like the happiest dude ever. I love it. Simple life. But when you've been through shit, you know, first shot, you frugal. Yeah, that's the whole thing. Like that's how Alice and me kind of have a good life too. Because I know I look like I'm expensive, but I'm not. I'm not expensive. Like, and like that's why I laugh. All these women now who like want to be taken care of. I'm like, you got in debt, dum dum. Like, if you want a man to take care of you, don't get into debt because that's like expensive. They don't want to pay that shit off. You know, it's like a dowry to the government or to the loan people or whatever your debt is. I'm like, and you can live such a good life so cheap, even still nowadays. Like, yeah, you're not going to get your eyelash extent. That's something too. I'm like, what did like I get wanting to primp and print, but I'm like, these people are going so far. I'm like, you do not need to spend $200 on your hair. You do not need to get eyelash extensions. Like, chill. Stoner, I know the shoes. Listen, the shoes is a lifetime of collection, first of all. And there's only one expensive pair. All the rest of them are not expensive. And I didn't buy all of them. Okay, I didn't buy all of them. So let's just face it.
Yeah. If your woman is spending like crazy amounts of money, She doesn't know how to look for deals.
She never had to like that. I knew a girl who's getting a divorce. Well, she's divorced now, but she was expecting all this money. And it's like she never lived on her own or had to work and pay for herself ever in her life, and then she got married and taken care of. Why did back in the day women weren't crazy? They were like, yeah, I stay home and don't spend a shit to them. But now, and then she got divorced and thought she was going to get and it's like, no. And now you got to get a job, lady. You got to get a job now, honey, for the first time in your life with 3 kids.
Like that is weird though. Like, because like now, like, I think it does do both men and women good to like be on their own and some
to
way.
learn the lesson.
Yeah. Like, I feel like a lot of parents that are like, I would never charge my kids rent no matter how old they were. And my parents were like, once you graduate high school, you either have to have a job or you have to go to school. If you're going to school, you don't have to pay rent. But if you decide to just get a job, you have to pay rent. Which some people may look at like, well, then you're.
I don't though. I think that's so like common. Even if and I know some parents who did that and like saved all the money the kid paid them, and then eventually when the kid moved out, they gave that like without telling them they were going to do that. They gave the money back. Like you have to learn how to what it fucking takes to cover your. I know mine wouldn't have either. That's why I was out. This is a good, but like. That's why I like totally get the trad conservative. And I'm like, yeah, if you're going to have babies, do it early. And it's best to have the mom at home, blah, blah, blah. But like, there's people need to also learn what it takes to earn $1 to keep them, like you have to know what it takes to appreciate it. And like, so you have to be on your own a little bit or something.
I don't know. Maybe we should be harder on our girls. But I don't know. Cause like, so my mom, we didn't know this until after she died, and we were cleaning out the attic, and we got into like a deep part of the attic upstairs that like none of us have been to in years. Like, and there was this box of all of my mom's stuff, like from when she was younger, like high school and stuff. And there was a thing of my mom, and she became a dentist. She graduated from dental assistant, and we're like, what? Like, we didn't know that. Yeah, like, we didn't know this. And my sister's like, why do her and, like, so many of these other women, they look so miserable? And I was like, well, back then, Corey, they probably thought they were, like, going to get married. They weren't going to have to do this. They were just going to have babies and have nice little white picket fences. But they didn't find husbands yet, so then they had to do this. And they weren't happy about it. Because that's not that fun. And, like, I'm saying this, my sister's totally a working mom.
But you don't judge. I don't judge it.
I don't judge, but I will say this. My sisters, they're 12 years older than me. I was very, like, gung-ho, like, I will never bow to a man. And I still don't bow to a man. I don't expect my man to bow to me. Like, I treat him with
voluntarily if you do it.
Yeah, like, we love and respect each other. But, like, when I saw them and I'm like, dude, like, you guys both still work full-time jobs. You're both still making the dinners, cleaning the house most of the time, doing most of the laundry, getting all the kids' stuff done. I get there's, like, men who will do the 50-50 thing, but, like, yeah, it didn't look that appealing to me. It looked like I would have to do.
Nice, Adam.
Of course, Mommy said nice, Adam. It just looked like if I wanted to get married and have kids, I was going to have to do a lot of work. And I think it's because women, and I said this to you the other day, like how I'm very controlling. And I take it to a different level than I think some women do. But I think a lot of women are just controlling when it comes to their household and stuff like that and their kids. And that's fine. Like, they grew in your belly and your womb and whatever. And I just think women want to do those things. As much as they don't want to admit it, they want to do those things, and they don't like it when men do them.
What, the cleaning and stuff?
Yeah. Like, It's always nitpicky. like if Adam does load the dishwasher, he's probably going to do it differently than I do. If he does wash the dishes, it's going to be different than I do it. He does a lot of things in ways that I would not do them. But when he does do them, I've just learned to just appreciate it.
Yeah, because it gets it done.
Yeah.
I have to pee, so I'm gonna mute.
She's peeing, so she's muting.
It's not coming out yet, so I just don't want no one to hear it. 'Cause these perverts, I know how these perverts are.
Nobody ever hears me pee on Sibling. I pee a lot on Sibling.
With the microphone on and stuff?
Yeah. I've peed a lot with it on.
Right.
Outside, inside. I don't know. It might depend on what kind of bathroom you're in.
Can you hear it? Can you hear it?
I can hear it.
Adam's phone. Adam doesn't have his phone. Hey, Welsh Republic. Everybody watching, Welsh Republic is going to come on November 20th. He'll be on Golden Streams. I've been on his show. He's Welsh.
Yeah. You got all these guests lined up. I'm getting guests lined up for my non-existent.
You can do it even with your phone. Just do it. Just set up your YouTube. Just start doing it now. Start setting the stuff up.
I want it set up downstairs, and especially when we start our own, and like, I don't want the kids to be able to get to us and stuff when we're trying to talk to people.
But at least start the channel and the technology side. You know what I mean?
I don't know what we should call our channel though. I'm gonna have to really start thinking about that.
You can change it along the way, but you gotta start. That's how me and Hex were talking about earlier. Like the whole reason we started live streaming because I was like curious about it. This is so unprofessional. I was curious about it, and then when I was trying
professional part,
this is the professional show of the week. And I was like playing with it, and I'm like, hey, do you want to I'm trying to live stream. Do you want to come on, Hex? Because we were buddies on Twitter. And then now look where we are, you know?
It is wild how it all came about. It's so weird.
And because it's all because of the COVID stuff. Originally, that's what's so crazy about it. Like me, Libertarian Squirrel said something the other day. He's like, I'm sorry it was the, what happened that brought us together, but it is what it is, Look at us. We've hung out. I slept at your house, for Christ's sake. Like,
you're at my Bowery mule. You got front row seat. You're right up there with the bridal party.
And Hex.
And Hex. The music man of the day.
Hello, Welsh. Everyone said hi to Welsh Republic. Oh, don't they have spiders as big as dogs and the mines in the whales? I don't know.
What? Dude,
Maybe.
there was this badass, ugly. No, actually, I can't even say it was ugly. It was kind of a beautiful spider right outside here. And I was like, dude, like, there is no, like, I have never thought about trapping a spider before. This dude, he was beautiful. Like, he really was. He was, like, bred with black dots. And I'm like, dude, I don't know what this is. Like, spiders get in my house so easily. And remember I told you we've been having more spiders than I've ever seen around here before? And, like, what people don't realize is, like, when you become a parent, like, especially a mom, like, the craziest things come through your head. So one time we thought we had bed bugs because Scarlett was, like, breaking out everywhere. And then it ended up that she got a spider bite that she was allergic to. Fucking broke out everywhere from it, dude.
Fucking spiders.
Yeah, so, like, I have to think about that kind of shit. And I'm like, oh, my God, I'm going to have to spray and kill this spider. And it's actually really good. But I have no idea what it is. I tried to find it, dude, and, like, I'm seeing, like, shit that should be, like, in Australia, and I'm like, no, I'm in Ohio.
What kind of web did it have?
It had, like, one of the, like, kind of octagon-y
The
ones.
round kind ones?
Yeah, it was really, really, it's like, whew, Yeah.
I think they just call them like orb weavers is like the main thing, but I don't. They can be bad, but they won't be poisonous or nothing. But yeah, if you're poison, or it doesn't matter if they're poisonous if you're allergic to it. So
Yeah. So I think about that. Like, yeah, when you're a parent, dude, just the weirdest shit comes into your head. And sometimes, and
I
people
think
be
about
like,
that for
oh,
myself.
they'll be like, oh, are they going to die from it? It's like, well, no, but you know what? I don't want to deal with it. Like, yeah.
Did you ever watch Ali G? Ali G was so funny, and he would get so canceled now, and he acts so woke now, and I'm like, whatever, dude. I love characters that are like when people just get fully into the fucking character. Like if anyone's watching, watch Chris Lilly from Australia. I found him. He's been around forever, but I found him during COVID, and oh my god, like he's a dude, and he plays all these different characters, some female, some male, and he has this one female character that he made a long time ago, and her name is Jamie, and she's a private school girl from Australia, and it's the funniest fucking, like, it's so funny, and he's not even being like a cross-dresser or trans. He's just like, this is a character he's playing. It's so fucking funny. Hey, Kenny. He kind of is buxom. Like, he's kind of like, well, he's in Hollywood. He's in Hollywood. He's got the Hollywood wife. So I know he was so funny. I think it's not necessarily that he's, oh, hell yeah, girlfriend. I wish I had one. It's not that Ali G, or what's his name, Sacha Baron Cohen, is woke necessarily, but he's like very just like, oh, somebody who's a little bit to the right of the left is bad, and I need to attack them. Kind of just like all the Hollywood people are. It's just like the whole Hollywood thing, like, which is dumb because like he's done, like, I always laugh because in Borat, you guys remember in Borat when it was like they had this festival where they hated the Jews, and they had this like, I don't know if did you see Borat? It was just ridiculous.
Yeah.
And they had this Jew. They had this like Jew monster. It was like this monster that was supposed to be a Jew chasing everybody. And it was like so like it would be so offensive, and then like, but now I was thinking like it would be funny to do that now and make Anthony Fauci that, but they wouldn't think that's funny, like they wouldn't get it. Yeah,
did
the gypsy
did you see Marlon Wayans came out and said, like, I'm not dealing with this generation and their cancel culture? Like,
no, but did you just announce it like I don't care kind of thing? Like,
yeah, I guess he was doing an interview, and they brought up to him about cancel culture, and he was like, I don't care. It's like we need to like just of it, like we need to laugh at each other. And he was like, I would put out white chicks today if I came out with that idea, and then like these people are like, white chicks wasn't even that funny. And I was like, I mean, maybe you didn't find it funny, but I thought it was pretty funny.
Yeah, it's all subjective anyways.
Yeah,
like,
but I enjoy silly, stupid comedy. Like for me, like sometimes what I tell people is like I will watch some like very serious shows, but like I'm just like I'm not the type of girl to watch something that's like just sad for the sake of being sad, just emotional for the sake of being emotional. Like it's just I've seen enough sadness in my life that like I like the stupid.
You don't need to manufacture sadness with.
Yeah, like you know what I mean. Like I like it, like like Scar and I were talking about this today. Like we were talking about like different tastes in TV shows and like how some people can just be like really, really mean about stuff. Like she really likes Stranger Things, and she was talking about how like people are like being really mean about people who love the show and like making fun of them. Yeah, and I told Scar, I'm like, listen, like there's things that I don't like, and there's things that I really enjoy. It's like two of my favorite, like, more dramatic TV shows, I would say, is The Walking Dead and The Last Kingdom. Like, I love the writing. I love the characters. I love some of the fan fiction and the fandom that goes on and stuff. But yeah, there's some fucking weird shit that's just, and people can just be dicks. Like, oh, you like that show? And like,
Why is that? Like, especially when it comes to art, like it's like I always laugh about that
why
with
do you,
music.
yeah, like, why, yeah, like, it's like, why do you care what somebody else likes? Like with music, like there's so much music that I love. Like I've joked with Hex quite a bit. Like when people will be like, "What's your favorite song?" and I'm like, I couldn't even name my favorite song. Like I would have like a top 300. You know, I just like I love music. I'm not gonna lie, like I love pop music. I think pop music has its own place. Like I love music that I can be silly and just dance to. I love music that can make me feel, you know, and it goes the same with movies and TV shows. I love things that are silly and dumb, and I love things that can really make me feel. And it got kind of goes the same with music. Like there's some music out there where I was like, this is just sad for the sake of being sad. You know,
I just don't like it. Like that's
yeah,
I never
not
got
my
music
thing.
snobs.
Yeah,
Never understood music snobs, especially like when everyone can jump on it because I get why people think it's funny because it's this band, the Beatles, and I understand why people don't like them, but then they're mad about it. And I'm like, listen, you didn't have the journey I had with them. The first song I heard of them was a song about a girl who runs away from home because she's not having fun. And I heard that like when I was 7. And I'm like, how did these 4 boys in Liverpool 50 years ago write this song that like I get, you know? And then it's just music is just so subjective. I never get like there's
yeah,
very few music where I'm like, I cannot listen to that. That it's out there, but you know.
yeah. Like I actually am not a huge Beatles fan. Like I'm not like
And that's I don't
I
want
think
anyone to be.
I think any band that gets like a ton of attention is like overrated. Like I don't know.
Well, and
Like
they
I
were like a certain
not,
time. It was the time
but
period. They were like the
not.
first boy band.
But listen, I listen to somebody that I think is overrated. And that's Eric Church. And it's not because I don't think his music is good. I just think some of his fans like take it to like such a level that I'm just like, dude, there's other good music out there, bro.
Yeah. The fans
Like,
are what people
yeah,
hate probably half the time.
yeah, you know what I mean? So I think that I as much as I think he makes great music, I think there's just a lot of people that have become so obsessed with him that he makes more sales. You know what I'm like? I don't know how exactly to explain it, but yeah, like one of my favorite bands, and people always find this like shocking because so Pantera is one of my all-time favorite bands. Dirk Bentley is one of my all-time favorite singers, and then Matchbox 20. And people always think it's it. Like they're never really thrown off by the Dirk Bentley because I think a lot of people can relate like heavy metal and country. Is it, and especially Pantera, like, you know, so they don't think that's that off. But when I say Matchbox 20, they're like, oh, they're just some stupid pop band. It's like, and the same thing is how you felt. You didn't go through what I went through this bandwidth, and it means something to me, and those lyrics, like, they mean something to me. That I'm like a band that like I really don't like, Rascal Flatts. Not a huge fan. But like when people like post something about Rascal Flatts and people like make fun of the people that like them and argue it, I'm like, dude, what the fuck do you care if they fucking like Rascal Flatts or not?
It's so dumb.
Yeah,
Even
and like it's just silly. Like, what do you care? It makes them happy.
and music is like so like you feel it in your soul and your bones. I was talking about this last night, but when I worked in memory care, these people have no mind left, but they remember music. They remember music from when they're a kid. You know what I mean? So like music is so like I just, that's why I'm like, oh, if you don't like something, you don't like something, that's fine. But like, why do you have to like hate? The hate thing I don't get, because I'm like, just why is it just don't like something? You don't have to hate someone else who likes something you don't like. Like, it's just, who cares? Oh yeah, fair. And she's so heavy.
It's wild to me. It's like Cardi B, you know, like something will come around about Cardi B. People are like, oh my gosh, she's not even talented. And I'm like, I may not be that into her music, but girl can rap. I mean, she can, you know, like she can. And you may not like her stuff, but
I can't
I mean,
rap like that. I can't even like, I know music. I'm musically theoretically trained, and I can't put a song together to save my life. But I've been writing a lot of lyrics lately, so I'm like, maybe I'll hit Hex and be like, hey, did you hear it? That sounds like this.
I used to write lyrics all the time when I was younger.
It's kind of like, it's like poetry, journaling, kind of everything all together.
Yeah. So like I like was a little bit like one of those people, and I took like a creative writing class, and yeah, like I liked my teacher, but I didn't like my teacher. It's like he pushed me, but I'm like, I feel like he could have pushed me further.
I get that.
I do. Like I mean, I don't know, but I ended up with an A.
Thanks, JC. And I was just gonna ask you, we've been 3 hours. How do you feel? You want to keep going?
I still have that Corona.
Oh yeah, you just opened it, right?
Yeah. I do feel a lot better. Oh my God. Like yesterday I was kind of like, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stream tomorrow. And then I kind of felt better in the afternoon, and I was like, okay, I'll be able to hop on the stream this evening. I'll be fine. And then when your guys' stream came on, I was like, God, like I feel kind of hot. I feel kind of tired.
Well, you were just sick, for goodness sake.
But I like to tell myself that I'm not sick. Like,
well, yeah, it's all in the mind.
Yeah.
How full is your Corona?
It's pretty full. And I mean, there's one more Corona in there. I'm actually surprised. That's almost gone. That 12 pack.
Good for you guys. I go through like when I'm being bad, I'll go through I get the 24 packs, for goodness sake. So, and they just disappear.
I have a question, and don't think I'm stupid. But maybe the people in the chat don't know either, and we'll all learn something. Okay. So when you came here, you said you could drink more because of the altitude, right?
Sorry, the TV's on. Yeah, lower altitude, it takes more for me to feel buzzed.
So does that mean when we're by you guys,
it won't take you as much? You won't need to drink as much.
Well, that might not be a good thing.
No, it saves you money on beer and stuff, so it's good.
Yeah, but I just drink the amount that I drink.
I mean, you can still drink a bunch. Like, it's just something with the altitude does something. That's all.
You know what? The week before, we'll just do a bunch of streams the week before and build up my tolerance.
And drink a lot of water. And you guys are driving out here, which is better too for altitude adjustment. So. You're laughing at me, Elron. There's 14 people in here watching us.
Pee. Oh my God. I'm taking my headphones off while I pee.
Okay. It'll be me. Is you two my because I know what I always laugh because my favorite Mexican restaurant is called Corona. And then I love that's the beer I drink. Lance, so it has to do with the oxygen. I don't know. I guess that would make sense. If you have less oxygen, it's just then when you drink, you have more beer versus oxygen in you. Alice quote, I just drink what I drink. Punisher, yeah, I'm at 7,000 feet above sea level. We got 4 inches of snow today. I showed everybody earlier, but it snowed. It snowed today in Colorado, and we got 4 inches out here. It's beautiful. It's a winter wonderland. So you drink more because of the CO2. Okay, I don't know the specifics on that, but I believe you. I believe you. I was just think it's like, I don't know. I'm not a scientist. So you have what you need, like the alcohol. You have more CO2 and oxygen in your blood, so you need more alcohol to like get it. I don't know. I don't know. What's THO for a shot? Oh, Ron, drink more because I should, but I shouldn't. That's what they do in Wisconsin. And I was so good when I didn't drink at all in Wisconsin. I was literally in like the top drinking county in all of America, and I didn't have anything to drink up there. It was so good.
I don't usually drink on vacation that much either.
Yeah, it's like I don't want to get too. Even when I go to Mexico at like an all inclusive thing, I don't even drink that much. So
when we went to Great Wolf Lodge this time, Adam got me a long iced tea.
A Long Island iced tea.
A Long Island iced tea, and I drank that. And then I had a few beers when we went to the arcade at like 1:00 in the morning when nobody was there. And that was it.
That sounds fun though.
It is.
Long Island iced teas are like, those are strong. Oh, how funny, Lance. Lance is trying to explain the whole altitude thing. I know. I don't feel drunk if I drink in Wisconsin, so I just don't even. Like, why?
So should I be drinking on the car ride down there? Or up there?
Have your roadies. Have a bunch of roadies ready.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that with the kids in the car. Especially because I want to put the music up, and the kids would be like, "What the fuck?"
Oh, did Johnny Depp pass out? Was that like part of he passed out on a plane because the altitude change and it creates? I mean, I get it.
My ears pop quite a bit through the mountains.
Yeah, drinking water is the best you can do. But if you guys are driving, like I have people who will they'll fly in from the east, so they're like at sea level, and then if we stay in Denver, which Denver is 5280, if we stay in the Denver area and like adjust for a day, then they're usually fine. But like if I pick them up and we go up in the mountains and we go over the passes and we're going up, we're up 10,000 feet, they'll usually get the altitude sickness. But for some of them, it'll last a day. Some people it like lasts forever, kind of like motion sickness, like it kind of lasts a while for them. But other people can like get over it if they just take a nap and stuff. It's just weird. Punisher, I invited him. I want him to come up because we can shoot on the place in Wisconsin. I want TT to come up there next time I'm out. I'm gonna make him come up.
TT's in Illinois, right?
Yeah, he's outside Chicago somewhere. Thanks for stopping by, Punisher, by the way. We have 60. Who are you people watching? I love it. There's 60 people. Well, one's me. 15 people here.
And Adam's not one of them either, right? And Paul?
Yeah, they're out and they're not here.
Yeah.
Hold on. Zurich's giving us science here. Yeah, fun fact. It's not O2 concentration differences where you can't breathe at airplane altitude, but the lower pressure. Like you can't. That's like with water too. Like if you're under the water, even if you're getting oxygen, you have to like adjust because like the pressure of water pushing in is like, altitude sickness. Yeah, altitude sickness is like Hayden says we're on a marathon. Hayden's going with me to a Halloween party on Saturday. I dropped off.
Hi, Hayden.
He's my date because Mr. Forrest Mom is not going. So he's going to be the priest to my slutty nun on Saturday. It's just we're the hardcore scissors. You guys are the hardcore scissor simps. I'm not. Hayden says, hi, Alice. It's been almost 3.5. We've done longer. We could go 4 hours, I bet. Would that be nice? Yeah. Are you, but it's getting late by you too. So whenever you need to drop out, just tell me.
I'm good. I've been like, even though I was sick, like I've been I've been staying up late because things have been aggravating me that I don't want to talk about on the live stream, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. It keeps you up thinking about it.
No, it's like, and it's like I'm trying to figure out this plan of attack, and like I need the quiet of night and just my TV and just I don't know, you know. But I think I have a plan.
Yeah.
I think I have a plan. I think I have a plan to make things go a little bit better and go a little bit smoother than they have been. You know, like yeah.
And it's a phase. Phases end.
Yeah, and sometimes in life, like dude, like as much as like there's times in life where like you just want to give up and you want to say like this isn't gonna work, like this was a bad idea. Like, you know, you're gonna hit bumps in the road and that sucks, but like I know better than anybody that is just life, and you know, there's an end to the madness, and I'm not a stupid person and Adam's not a stupid person, and I think we'll figure it all out.
It'll all come together. It'll all come together.
But I'm not just gonna throw in the towel and, you know, like, yeah, like, but I get it, you know, like, I just think too many people nowadays, like, things come along and they just, like, they either want to give up or they just want to get hopped up on drugs to deal with it. And that's just, wow.
I mean, that's what I do, but I don't have kids, so it's okay. L. Ron Butter says, if it were easy, would it even be worth doing? No, there is such a satisfaction, especially as a parent. Not that has to do with what you're talking about or not, but like it's worth it in the end. And everyone goes, I mean, it's fucking art. So.
Yeah, like some of the greatest things you'll ever do are some of the hardest things you'll ever do in life, you know, and like, I don't know, maybe that's just like
you appreciate it more. You appreciate it more.
And maybe that's just like what I'm seeing right now. Like there was a lot of smooth sailing, and right now it's not smooth sailing, and you know, like I shouldn't just throw in the towel at the first bad sign of things, you know, like.
Well, no, you can't throw in the fucking towel.
Yeah, but I want to sometimes.
Well, you can for like momentary. You can momentarily, you know.
Definitely do the momentary one for sure. But yeah, I mean, and I do think part of the problem.
Mm-hmm. Dave Smith, Robbie the Fireburn scene.
You got to admit, listen, I have to say, that's probably one of the best names of a fucking podcast that I've ever heard. Like, part of the problem. Because there's so many parts of the problem. And how often do so many of us say, part of the problem? Because
that's perfect.
Because there's so many parts of the problem. And when I did that stream with Liberty Dino, like, we were talking about, like, a lot of people and young people don't want to feel pain. And I was thinking about it later after that stream. There was a podcast that I was watching, and there was this older dude, like in his 60s, the blue collar thing his whole life and whatnot, and was talking about like back when he was younger, to deal with like the aches and, you know, pains of doing blue collared work. You know, maybe you come home from work and you have a beer or two, or, you know, you have a stiff drink, you know, like your bourbon, your scotch, or whatever, right? He's like, now these kids are hopped up on so many drugs, they can't take any ounce of pain. And then they go to the doctor for
Anything bad. They can't even take any disappointment at all.
right. They can't take physical pain, they can't take emotional pain, mental pain. They can't take it, dude. And like Liberty Dino and I talked about it. This dude on the podcast I was watching talked about it. Like, there's going to be pain in your life. Like, that's just the way it is. And sometimes pain is not a bad thing. Sometimes anger is not a bad thing. Sometimes jealousy, whatever. Like, all these like things that like we look at all these emotions as negative, but sometimes they're just what
You gotta feel it. You gotta fucking feel it.
like. If somebody came up and punched one of my kids, I'm going to be angry, and I should be angry. I should be angry, and I should be pissed. And even if I get revenge on that person, say somebody comes up and they punch one of my kids out, and I beat the fuck out of them, right? And I'm not charged with nothing or anything like that, but my kid's still in pain. Like, I'm still angry because my kid's in pain, and that's somebody that I love. But like, too many kids now, and part of it is because like we're putting kids through way more emotional pain than they need to be.
Yeah, we're like making them do. We're like, think about your gender. And you're like, you should be thinking about running around in a field, being stupid, not thinking about your gender. For Christ's sake, it's so dumb. And kids like, can be sad and depressed, but they've taken it to this like weird level. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's like, it's not always like a bad thing, you know? Like, when I lost my mom and dad, I was sad.
That's a very sad. That's like the saddest thing of all sad things.
Yeah, like I was very sad when my mom died. I was very angry, you know, and like that's okay. Like, you work through those feelings, you know. Like, one thing I learned not to do was like
go crazy and yell at people or some shit like that, right?
Well, yeah, pretty much. I mean, almost exactly, yeah. And I learned not to drink when I was in that kind of state.
Well, yeah, you learn like why you go too far, you know, and you're like, okay, I can't do that again.
Yeah, it's okay to have a drink because your kids are just being your kids and you just want to let loose. And, like I am tonight. Like, kids are in bed, like, just letting loose a bit.
And you were like, sick, so you can let loose tonight.
Yeah, that fucking sucks, dude. But like, yeah, if like you're in a horrible, bad place, like, you don't need to be drinking and like pounding all this stuff. Like, okay, maybe a little bit of weed, or, you know, I mean, if you can control it, like a shot of tequila here and there.
I always say weed anyways, because like weed, even if you do the most weed ever,
it numbs you. It does not numb you. I mean, I fucking bawled my eyes out when I've been high as fuck.
Yeah, it doesn't. It actually makes you think more, and you just like, you can be physically addicted to weed, but it's still different from like alcohol and other drugs. It's just different. It's a different kind of, and it's not terrible for you. It's not fucking terrible for you. That's the thing.
Yeah, and like, I mean, like, yeah, I learned like, I'm not going to drink for these times. And like, there's going to be times that I'm really sad because like, yeah, I lost my parents and that really sucks.
I was thinking about that today. Sorry, go on.
Your parents.
Yeah, I'm like, it'll happen. It's going to happen.
It will happen. Sorry.
No, yeah. And I'm actually thankful that like when I left so angry when I was so young, and we didn't have a relationship, I literally took him, like, I literally was like, I'm breaking up with you guys. Like, I literally broke up with my family after because I had moved out, and they weren't supporting me at all. like I was working because I'm an old millennial, and you were able to rent a place on $12.50 an hour back in the day. It's like I was on my own, and they were still trying to control me. And I'm like, we have to break up. And then guess what? Especially during COVID, guess whose freedom oriented personality was appreciated because they understood it now. Like they got it because they were culty about some shit too. So, and like I said, I'm so thankful. Like we've made up, and I worked with my dad as much as I could before he sold his business. Looking like the trophy wife I was, I still helped him out doing manual labor. And I'm thankful for it.
Yeah, that'll give you a lot of peace when it goes. Like,
yeah, I don't want to. Yeah, I was like, I can't be angry at them.
No. So, like, I've seen people that go through that and have like empty shit or whatever, and that's like
so hard.
And like, don't get me wrong, like. I think there's some people that have had such bad relationships with their parents. Like some people I know, when their biological father died, they were just like, he was a sperm donor. Like,
yeah, some things are as they are. Like some things are.
I had a cousin that said to me, like, I never knew her real dad. I don't remember him at all. Like, all I remember is like her stepfather, and that was my uncle. And she was like, as far as I'm concerned, my real father died 5 years ago. So, the other guy was just,
it was just it's just how she was born, technically. Like you want to that relationship to be best, but sometimes it's not. Sometimes it was just a fuck. It was a pregnancy. It was a fuck.
I'm glad like Adam has a better relationship with his mom. Like it's never going to be like what I had with my parents. Like
he forgives her for what, like he can forgive her and love her and hang out. That's the thing. And she probably never apologized. Like you have to forgive people who aren't going to apologize because they didn't know. Sometimes they do know. Sometimes they did. Someone else, like our parents all did their best, and no one knows what you don't know, right?
But isn't that wild though? Like I would say that Adam's mom owes him more of an apology than my parents owed me. And
both of my ever get it.
Both of my parents apologized to me for so many different things in my life.
It wasn't what his mom did.
Yeah, and it's like I'm grateful for those apologies, but I also look at my mom and dad like, listen, like
you're fine.
Yeah, like we're all humans. We're all gonna make mistakes. Like, were you the perfect parents? No. Did you make some bad decisions? Yeah, and guess what? So did I, and so will I. Like we're all
because you're raising humans, which is just weird anyway. Like it's a weird thing.
It is a weird thing, and there's no perfect way to do it. Like
just don't abuse them. That's the whole thing. That's like the one thing people shouldn't do. But then everyone thinks, well, if you slap their hand when they were reaching for something that would hurt them, then you're abusing them. And it's like, no, that's the hard thing. And that's why I can see like with parents is like how it's hard to, where is that level? Because we're all like, yeah, you want to leave people alone. If you want to raise your kids how you want to raise your kids, fine. But then we all have that limit where we're like, you can't do that. And like, it's like a hard thing to kind of, I don't know. It's hard.
Well, I think, okay. So I think one of the hard things that I've always had a hard time to put my brain around is, are people born strong? Are they taught to be strong? Are people born weak? Because like me and my cousin will talk about this, and like me and Adam will talk about this. Like Adam, he didn't grow up with a strong foundational family. And like we have joked, I was like, if I grew up in your situation, I would have been a total fucking wreck. Like I would have been a mess. But if you grew up in my situation, you would have been just completely unstoppable because your mentality is different than mine. But like I have these
Because he did what was right compared to what he didn't have.
like I had these two strong foundational parents, and like sometimes I look at people and I'm just like, dude, like I don't know, like you're 40 years old and you're like still like blaming your past and your future on your parents. I'm like, I get it, your parents were dicks, they don't sound like good people, but like at some point, when do we stop blaming everybody for our choices? Like I mean, I don't know. Like it's like I said, like I look at somebody like Adam. I look at some of the women in my life. Like I have women in my life who were raped and beaten by their father, and they grew up to be beautiful women, and they were not hateful people, and they were loving people. They were admirable type of people, and now like I see these people that, yeah, your life wasn't good, not saying it was, but like at what point do you decide like I'm gonna own myself? Like you're an adult, like you need to own yourself. Like how long are you gonna let the past dictate your future? How long are you going to let the people that victimized
That's
you?
the game of life, though, is at some point you figure out I can control even these things that happen to me. I can control how I feel about it and what I learned from it and how I can move on for it. Hayden says the blank slate. I do think like there is innate things in some people. There just is like emotional IQ, whatever you want to call it, like there are some people who go through nothing and they're like turn out to be shit, and then there's people who go through hard shit and they turn out. Even Joe Rogan has said this too. He's like, people need to go through hard shit. Like you have to go through something hard.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean you have to be abused or in anything like.
No.
I look at Scarlett, especially like we lost my mom and then we moved in with my dad. She
She's been
saw
through some
things in
shit.
her life that most adults will never see. And I think it was a hard thing to see, but I don't think it was a bad thing to see.
Oh, no, that kind of stuff is never bad. Like, because that's natural life, especially family, going through that with family, for sure.
Yeah, I think it was the reality of our family. Like, your grandfather is very sick, and he has always been sick. And
surprise, your grandma just died, too.
Yeah, your best buddy, like, she's out the door.
And you weren't even thinking about that because you're thinking about death. It's so crazy.
Right. And like, I agree with Hayden. Like, there is no such thing as a blank slate or a clean slate. Like, you should take everything that has happened with you, but make yourself better because of it. Like, I've had very shitty, traumatizing things happen to me. I've dealt with things that I never put myself in that situation. It just was what it was. And there's no blank slate. Like, I am who I am. But I can choose to be a better person. And I can choose to be a happier person. Like,
sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, like,
babbling.
I know, that's all I do too, but like, that's why, like, there is for sure, trust me, there is for sure autism and mental issues, etc. But I don't like when people go, oh, I do this behavior, which a lot of people do. because I have autism. And I'm like, okay, if you can point all those things out, you can work on it. I'm sorry. If you're with it enough to say, I don't do this because of this, then you can say, I don't do this because I don't work on it. Because I just say it's this and I don't work on it. You know, like that's part of human growth, is where you have to say, like, and I'm the word, like, I just finished something today. I've been literally procrastinating for like months, like 7 months. And like, I thought there was going to be like $1,500 involved. Thank God there wasn't. Like, everything turned out okay. Like, that's what, but like, you have, like, I know I was an idiot. Like, you have to know, you have to like fix yourself and think about yourself. And I don't know, I'm babbling too. And I was talking about that earlier with Yael. I want to get her on at some point. She's by choice not on Twitter, but because I was talking about like psychedelics and stuff, and like how, like, pot. The first couple times when I got really high, and I was like, holy shit, you start thinking about things. You're like, you start thinking about, why do I do this? Should I react in that way when that happens? You know, you just think of all those little, and not to say you need pot or psychedelics to do that, but the fact that it leads so many people to do those things, which are like very important in life. And it's not something that like can always be taught. Like, it's pretty cool. Like, I will always say, like, that's why I'm like, don't smoke pot when you're like 12. Wait till you're like 20 and then do it. Or like wait till you're on your own. That's what I always say. Because there are positives to it.
Do you ever see like when they'll talk about legalizing weed? It's like some conservatives, and I know a lot of conservatives have kind of like been like, dude, the whole weed thing, like, just no. We need to stop with it. But they'll be like, oh, they want us dumb and control, and I'm like, dude, like, the worst day for you is when my intelligent brain started smoking weed. That was the worst day for you.
It's the pharmaceuticals that make people dumb. It's not the natural stuff.
So the worst day for a conservative is when I started smoking weed. And it's not because I became a leftist. It's because, like, I was always kind of a, like, I don't want to say book nerd because it sounds like bad, but that's kind of who I was. But I don't think that's a bad thing. Like, that's just who I was. But even when I was younger, like, I always had this, like, thing about liberty. Like, you know, and like my dad
it's
would
freedom.
Yeah, like my dad would point it out to me, and like, yeah, like when I kind of started smoking weed, I was like, you know what? Kind of, yeah, fuck the government and just fuck all this. And a lot of potheads are not for government. Like, the potheads you guys are thinking about are like the potheads that are in school, like, listening to their stupid professor.
Yeah, it's people start it too young. You shouldn't smoke it too young. You have to wait till you've like experienced life a little bit, I think, and then start smoking pot. Like anything, you shouldn't do it young. I don't think they should be taking any pharmaceuticals or SSRIs or antidepressants when they're fucking 15 either. Like, I don't. Wait till your brain's.
When they tried to give me Prozac, and my mom was like, holy shit, like, I'm not putting my daughter on Prozac. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? This is a 17-year-old girl that you're talking about putting on Prozac.
Yeah, like, I feel like a lot, like even Mr. Forrest Mommy, I think, is somewhat autistic, but he was raised at a time where you were raised like a normal kid. You weren't told you had anything. You know what I mean? And you were just.
I don't even think it's autism. I just think
it's who you are. It's just your quirk. It's a quirk.
I just think we have tried to like put too many people in categories, and like, listen, like, as a parent, like, going to the pediatric checkups, I'm like, and like, it was like, I don't know, like, part of me is like, I want to be a good mom, and I want to make the right decisions, and like, I want to do like what other moms do, and like, I want my kids to be normal, right? Like, that's what you think kind of as a parent. I want my kid to be normal. But like
socially normal?
Yeah, like, it just everything. Like, I want them to be normal, but just then, like, some of the things they would ask me, like when we took Grayson to a doctor's appointment one time, they were like, "Can he button his shirt?" He was like 3 years old, and I was like, "You don't even wear a shirt with buttons." I don't know. Like,
He's running around naked half the time anyway.
how the fuck is this a question of whether my kid is at his normal, and people will be like, "Oh, well, they're just trying to see if he can do, things with his hands." And it's like, dude, and then like,
They want you to compare it to this like normal levels. All kids at this age can do this, blah blah blah, and like
but
stuff like
everything's
that.
different, and
Yeah,
everything's at a different age. Like Grayson does things, like Scarlett was always already talking better and knew and understood things at a different emotional level and vocabulary level than Grayson is. But Grayson doesn't like to read as much. He doesn't, and then he was tongue tied, so there's speech issues or whatever. But there's other things that he did before Scarlett did. That's just how it is. Like, kids
because everyone's fucking different. What? Everyone's different?
Yeah. Like, listen, dude, if your kid is 5 years old and they haven't said a word yet, okay, well, yeah, you should probably be concerned. You should probably be concerned long before that.
Right. There are
Like,
certain things that, yeah, but then like,
there's certain things, but like some of the things they ask, I'm just like, dude, like, not every kid does that shit, dude. Like, not, like, oh my god, dude, I remember this lady fucking saying to me, like, with Scarlett trying to walk. Scarlett was like 12 months old trying to walk, right? She's like, well, my son, when he was 9 months old, starting to walk, and I had already had a few beers in me and a little bit of something else, and I just wanted to look at this bitch and be like, your son can't even support his family and hold down a job.
which is
So I
like,
don't give a fuck.
yeah. No, yeah, like, what was I gonna say? I had something so good to say about that. Oh, I saw like a post on Instagram or something. It was like, oh, sometimes I work really hard and get work done quick, and then sometimes I do it slow. I'm so ADHD. And I was like, no, that's how every person is. Like, or some people flow state more than, or like, I was like, what are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? See, those go down fast. The Coronas go down fucking fast, don't they?
They do, and I'm gonna have to pee again.
Okay.
But it's okay.
Do you want to keep going? How do you feel?
I'm good. This is my last one though.
Okay. You want to stay live? We got 9 people here still watching us talk real shit.
God, usually at this time we have like no people. We're like, we're gonna go.
Paul is like an admin on my YouTube now, and he was all like stoked to look at the analytics because he's a brainy person. And I was like, I didn't even fucking look at any of that shit. He was like, oh my god, it's so fun looking at this. But I guess like the Scissor Me Timber show gets watched a lot. Like that almost gets watched more than golden showers and stuff.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Isn't that funny? And now we got all these girls who are popular. We got Zora here. So Zora's so funny. We were talking, I'm like, I think like freedom women who like value freedom, we all have crushes on each other, but it's not like a sexual crush. It's just like, holy shit, I can just hang out with this girl and be free. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like when you find women who are like really what you're into, just like freedom.
Yeah.
It's like wow.
And like, I don't care how you live your life, dude. Like, I'm not gonna like sit on this high horse and be like, oh my god, like I grow all my own this and I get up in the morning and do this. Like, I don't care. Like, I'm not better than you. You're not better than me. We're just all living our different happy lives. Like, if you want to live in the city because you just fucking love that city life, cool.
Yeah, it's not better or worse. It's just what you like.
Right. Just support the farmers that bring all that fruit to you. That's all.
Oh, but that's the beef, and I got into something a little on Instagram the other day with someone because it was like a potato post about Colorado potatoes, And someone was like, yes, we need to eat more potatoes and not have any more cattle ranches because the cattle ranches are so bad for the environment. And I was like, I showed her, or I like responded. I'm like, you do know, especially out here in Colorado, majority of the conserved land, which will never be built on in perpetuity, as long as they're, it's just government shit. But like, it's not all government owned. But I'm like, they conserve the land. Like they leave their cattle ranches never to be built on, and it's just cattle walking along eating it. It's not like crops. I'm like, it's one of the best things for like the land. And then they said some shit, and then they got mad. Oh, then they called me all Trumper type names, shit like that. And I'm like, and then they said something like, this is about potatoes. I'm like, no, you said something about cattle ranchers. And I was trying to teach you that, especially in Colorado, like all the land that's conserved is cattle ranches. And you're saying it's bad. So I was just teaching you, but whatever. People are stupid. So it's real environmental shit. So I'm like, half these people who complain about shit, they live in the city. I'm like, you live in the fuck. What do you know? You don't know anything. First shot, Colorado, Idaho potatoes aren't good as Wisconsin potatoes. FYI, there's a potato patch. Wow, she popped a seal. She popped a seal. I love potatoes. I will eat. I need to grow potatoes. I need to start growing potatoes. I have potato bags. Next year, the garden is on. I need to convince my parents to build a greenhouse, actually. Yeah, first shot. Did your wife ask anything after that? Paul showed me the text you sent him where you're like, my wife picked up my phone and was like, Forest Mommy? It is a funny name. I'm sure she was like, what the hell? But I'm not, first shot, you got into all this trouble on your own with TT and everybody else. You've been an internet person for a long time. It's not me. But that's funny. I'm sure your wife was like, Forest Mommy, what the hell? But Forest Mommy's a nice thing. Potato Mommy. I should be a potato mommy. I'll eat all the potatoes. Yeah, fair. Like last 2021, I had a really good garden. This year, I didn't have a great garden, but I did get some acorn squash, tomatoes, and all the herbs. I always have a ton of herbs. Well, that's a good question, Hayden. I don't know if I can explain it. People have asked me this before, and I always try to explain it. And it's like, it's kind of hard to explain because it's so multifaceted. Because it's literally a forest mother, someone who literally cares for an actual forest. But then I actually care for like the people too. Like, I'm just a mommy to people, kind of a little bit. Played it off hot blonde. Oh, good first shot. Oh, sorry. And then I got all serious. It's good to think about these things. I wish Dr. Patrick Mortgage, I think he's being shadow banned. I mean, it's so dumb. Like, the whole thing is so dumb. The whole fucking climate change shit. It's just, these people do not know anything. Anything. Like, people don't know anything about anything. I don't either, but I know some stuff about land conservation and the earth. And people are fucking stupid. Even in Denver. So in Colorado, if anyone's in Denver, we have like a thing called the brown cloud that happens because around the city. But guess what, Hayden? You might know the brown cloud in Denver, which you can see it when you're up higher. It is crazy when there's an inversion. But the Ute Indians, we had the Ute Indians all over Colorado here in the foothills, even when Denver was first getting settled, the Ute Indians back then said, there's a brown cloud that settles there. So like all the dirt of all the whatever would settle in this area anyways, but they think it's all pollution. I'm like, yeah, I mean, pollution is not great. Obviously be conscious, live a conscious environment. Like people are out there wanting to make all these laws and tax you more. And it's like, go pick up garbage. Just go pick up garbage in your neighborhood. Like shut up trying to tax people more. Just go pick up garbage in your neighborhood. It's that fucking easy. They don't consider the full picture. They don't even consider any of the picture because they don't know. So I wish every kid could grow up a little bit more rural because it just teaches you so much. I agree. Yeah, exactly, Wonder Bucket. And like, it's just the whole thing. I drove to Wisconsin the other week, and all these windmills in Iowa and Minnesota, like the windmills are they think the windmills are like such a savior. The windmills are a bigger waste than fossil fuels. The windmills are making a bigger negative impact than fossil fuels like have ever. Like it's so stupid. It makes me, oh yeah, Hayden, if you go up to like Westminster when it's on the hill, you can see it sometimes. It's better in the winter, you can see it. Yeah. And the whole thing about windmills, they're huge and they're like killing the birds technically, and they're like big, and they can't dispose of them. And think of what it takes to build a windmill, and then they show you an oil pipeline which you can bury, and it's all grass on top of it. Like, hello, like,
Everything we do is going to cause some kind of harm to the environment.
so
I
just be conscious.
I think it's a good idea to have all different kinds of ways to supply electricity, ways to supply gas, whatever. Like, there's all different ways to do things. Like, people, like, I'm not against solar power, dude. Like, I think you should get more solar lights. It's a good idea because if shit goes south.
But personally, for your property, not the whole. Have you seen those mountains in China that are like covered with solar panels?
Yeah, like that's just fucking crazy to me. But I'm all for like, we've been buying more solar lights, and I've been looking into more solar lights, and there's solar lamps, and yeah, those are good fucking things to have because like. Even if it's not okay, just say we had a blackout here. When was that blackout, honey? Do you remember? I was working at the car wash at the time.
Oh, you were working at the car wash. At the car wash. Farron's married to me for a shot, by the way.
It's like mid 2000s, late 2000s. There was the blackout. You know, and like if you had some kind of solar lighting, even if it was outdoor lighting, you could bring it inside at night and have some kind of lighting, you know, like, dude, if we didn't have electricity tonight, wouldn't you just go out there and grab all the shit that's
and candles.
Yeah, and candles and shit. Like,
oh, and everyone should they have these little things you can put in your cars now, and you can use them for whatever, but it's a battery, and they can jump your car, or you can charge your phone or whatever on it too. Like, everyone should get one because they're cool. Oh, Wonder Bucket. Okay, I'll look that up. Wonder Bucket. Thank you.
What they say.
I love when people leave radical shit. That's what's his name? Schellenberger in California.
Was it a different dude?
Yeah.
God, they're so stupid, dude. It's like they can't read.
Are you talking Twitter stuff?
I'm sorry. You're gonna be back soon, though.
I don't know.
I don't have much hope with Elon, but I hope he.
Maybe I could just make a new account. I just want to be able to make a new account.
Like, I would say like fight for one of your old accounts for like maybe the next like week or two. And then if you don't get it back, just make a new account. Like,
yeah, and hopefully they don't ban it right away, like they have been. They literally banned the other one, and like I couldn't even get on. I didn't even get on, and it was banned. You know what I mean? Like, it was like, and I was doing the hacker stuff too. It's like, I'm not that bad of a person, y'all. I'm really nice.
You're not a bad person at all. I wouldn't hang out with you if you were a bad person, and I should be the judge of all if people would hang out with a bad person or not.
Yeah, I trust your judgment, and that's why I had all those followers as a normal person. It's because I'm nice. I'm a nice. I mean, I'm mean when I need to be mean, but
like, yeah, like you are just like a normal person. And it's so funny, like when Adam first told me to follow you, like I just thought you were gonna be like just somebody else that I follow that was really funny or whatever. Like I'm just gonna enjoy this follow. But like you actually like take the time to interact with people. And like I gotta tell you, like, there's a lot of big accounts that got big with, like, I hate to tell you guys this, but not putting it much work into it. Because, like, I followed a lot of, like, smaller accounts that have to, like, anywhere from 1,000 to 20,000 followers, and they interact with their accounts and they get big and they still keep interacting with people.
But that's the fun. That's why I like to fucking be on there, is to interact with people. It's like, do you guys like my ideas? And the best thing about Twitter is I could talk about literally anything. I could bring up anything in my mind and someone would be able to talk to me about it. Whatever it was about, food, like anything, politics, obviously, but like, oh, thank you, Buxom. I'm sorry I'm not there to do the like titty to get people doing titty twos. I'm trying. Suffy hopefully will, but I just love that Liberty, and I love that like, because there's people on Liberty Twitter, especially who got big by being mean to people or like, like just fighting all the time. And I'm like, I didn't even do that. I wasn't in the group chats. I wasn't all about that. I just like, I'm this. Those ideas in my mind were just out, and I can talk about anything. Oh, thank you, Zora. I love you, Zora. We gotta get Zora to come on. You gotta come on here sometime, Zora. Stoner, you interact all the time. You're OG YouTube too. He's been my OT.
Stoner's like the best, dude. Like Stoner is my spirit animal.
What's his name? Show me how those chili dog tits fart.
Like, oh my god, I love Stoner so much, dude. Like, if I wouldn't have found Adam and I was just like, fuck this, I'm just gonna work and just do my shit. Like, I would be Stoner. I would be on Twitter like, yeah, bro, I'm just smoking weed and watching movies. Like, so, and like Stoner gives me an Adam, like, because like Stoner knows, like, I'll fucking watch, like, and I love free shit.
Oh yeah, yeah. What's her name? What's the chess girl's name?
I got Netflix again. So I'm gonna
that's fun. I just canceled it. So that's fun.
We just got it again. What's that show we were watching? You told me to watch it. I started watching it and I was like, what the fuck? Why did you make me watch?
What was it?
Was it Black Mirror?
Oh yeah. Was it like spooky random episodes where it's about a different scary thing? Kinda.
Fucking the pig.
Oh my god, how did that make you fucking feel? Like,
yeah.
Did you see the social credit score one?
Yes. Yeah. That was fucking weird. That was really weird.
A lot of them are like, I think this stuff is happening, actually. Like, a lot of them, like, one of them, they put something in a brain. I don't know, say, like, it's actually, what's her name? Goldie Hawn and Kurt, what's his name? Who's Goldie Hawn married? No, they're not married. Kurt, whatever his name is. And it's their kid. And they, like, he sees things, and it's because there's something in his brain, like a chip, where they make, like, Neuralink shit, that it makes him see things, and like he can't, it's real to him because his brain sees it, know, and it's like, oh, that shit's happening. Oh, Zora and first shot. What's your first shot? You can put your down and maybe she'll follow you, but you have to be nice to Zora. Zora's a sweetheart. He'll flirt with you, Zora. Sorry. I think I brought the first shot into the like the flirty side, but that's why I was laughing in the Discord, because it's so like, I was like, of course I attract all these fucking perverts, of course, but they're so sweet about it. It's just so funny. Oh yeah, Chess. Did you follow Chess Chick? What's her real name? Natalie is her real name. She's blonde, bigger, big boobs. She's always been pretty nice and smart, and she's very involved in like Mises stuff. So, you know, are you good, Alice? You need to stop.
I'm good. Do I seem bad?
No, you just stop talking. Yeah, she works for the Mises and she writes articles and stuff for the Mises. She's always been nice. She was the one like when Adam Kokesh was going crazy, he said mean things about her, and it was like, dude, what's wrong with you? Like, just stop. Oh, that's what I was laughing about. Like some of the mean shit I saw about me. They're like, Force Mommy's a sex freak, blah blah blah, and I'm like, ugh, I wish I was a fucking sex freak, you guys. Like, they're like, all she needs for followers is to show skin and shit, and I'm like, yo, I have the smallest boobs. Like, yeah, obviously I like some slutty pictures, but I think there's a little more to my follows than that, you know? Like, come
No,
on.
because there's like there's like I didn't follow you because you were pretty. Like that's not like my thing. It was just Adam was like, "Have you seen this chick? You need to follow her. You'll like her."
Yeah, like people think I can see why someone would maybe think that at first, especially because I post some slutty stuff. But I'm not all. I am who I am, y'all. I am who I am.
Isn't that funny though? You and I came together because my husband knew my taste in chicks.
And he was right. I mean, he was right.
And I'm not even bi.
Score Adam. What else was I going to say about that? About tits? Being a sex freak, I was like, oh man, I wish, bro. I wish. Damn it, I just forgot it. Just something about that.
But no, we shouldn't. Because you know what I was thinking about, like with the FMU universe, like me and you should always be like, I guess, like the drunken rage of our group, and then like
the what? Drunken what?
The drunken rage. Like we'll be like, look, these motherfuckers, like.
Yeah, I don't have to be drunk for that, but yes, I will be that way. I'm always raging. I gotta show Stoner Tanner here.
Where is he? I can't wait to meet Tanner.
He's so cozy right now. It's so cute. Hold on.
No, I said I was gonna.
There he is. Stoner, I hope you're watching. Oh, now he gets up and moves. He's such a shit. He's like a cat. Where are you going? Where are you going? He just left. He's such a cat. Like, that's such a cat thing, right? No, I'm glad we all could. That's why I like the people I've met and connected with through Twitter during all this bullshit. That's why I'm like, and I've met so many people in person.
Yeah, there's a silver lining to everything.
And it's kind of like I've had a lot of good silver linings in my life. I've always been friends with a lot of different cool groups and people and stuff, but like this one's important because this is like when people get that like you can't use the state to discriminate against people over a fucking medical treatment. Like that's a big thing to get. Like I don't understand how people don't.
And you know what? Like I was thinking about it, like with my vow renewal, like okay, like Marina, like she wants to come on Scissor Members, right?
She's welcome anytime.
That is somebody who's not political or anything like that. Jacqueline, who we were all talking to that night, like that's somebody else. Like we're just planting little seeds, dude. Like you don't need to be aggressive towards people. You don't need to fucking call everybody a commie. Like you don't need to like.
I hate that I've done that in my life. I'm like I remember hearing old people do that, and I've like literally done that now.
Okay, well some people are, but some people are just like misguided. Like, and I get it, dude. Like I get it, man. Like I was misguided.
But they're wrong.
Yeah, like I was misguided at that point in my life. Like we all were.
You're jealous and mad and like you're like, I'm trying, but half of them, the sad part about all the kids who are commies now is like, they haven't even tried. They're fucking 18 and they haven't even fucking tried, you know?
No,
Like,
they don't do shit.
so I'm like, you guys are complaining now? I was on my own at 17 and like working my ass off just to be able, like, I couldn't go to the doctor. I could go to the doctor, you know, like.
What's a doctor?
Yeah, I'm like, no, I'm just gonna have fucking tonsillitis or whatever this fucking thing is for 4 months off and on, and I haven't had it since. So, you know, it's all good.
We get it. We're all good. We're fine.
It's all well, like that's the thing that's innate. There is that innate thing, and that's why I think some people are so much easier duped by the propaganda, and some people aren't. I think you can be woken up, but there is an innate thing for people. Because I remember being a kid and being like, "This is bullshit." Like especially with religion, I was like, God's always been there. Which, if you believe in that, I'm not judging you at all. But for my own beliefs, I was just like, what? No, that, or just whatever. I was like, no, that doesn't make sense. I was just questioning things, you know?
Yeah. I mean, dude, I question a lot with God, and my mom was not happy about it. Because, like, my other siblings, they didn't question. But then I was the one that was like, well,
I'm the only non in my whole family. But,
you know? But, like, you know what means a lot to me is,
it's 420. We've been on for 420, by the way. Look at.
Cheers. So, my dad, who is like kind of agnostic, atheist, my brother was like, just started getting on my shit, like about believing God and stuff like that. And I was just kind of questioning some of the stuff that he said. I wasn't questioning the believing God. I was more questioning where beliefs in God came from. You know, like kind of what I'm saying. And
Some people just fucking believe it, man.
Yeah, and like, dude, my brother, like, he just started attacking me. And my dad, from his wheelchair, barely able to speak, looked at my brother and he was like, she believes more than any of you do. And like, that meant the world to me. Like, that meant so much to me because my dad was saying to my brother, like, I've sat down with both of you and listened to both of you. I've listened to all 5 of my kids talk about God. And he said, she's the one that believes more than any of you do because her belief truly, truly comes from her heart, not from a book, not from a Bible.
And you were walking the walk. You were walking the walk.
Like, I want to make this very clear. I am not knocking on anybody if your beliefs come from a Bible. Like, I am not knocking.
This is just Alice's beliefs.
Yeah. Like, what my dad was saying in that moment was like, she found this through so many different paths in her life. And you're going to sit there and say that her beliefs aren't valid because they don't line up with yours? Like, that's bullshit. That's bullshit.
It's almost like the libertarian stuff, too, where so many people find it, but then there's the people who argue about the fucking books all the time and shit. And you're like, so many people find liberty through life and shit. And then you have these people who just argue about the books the whole time. And you're like, the books are great, but half the time, and I love that Hotep Jesus said this too, because I felt this as well with a lot the books I've read, which I haven't read that many, but I've read a handful. Like when I read Anatomy of the State, I was like, oh, this is how I've always kind of felt about the government. Like it's not I didn't let it put an idea in my head, and that's what people do is they like, and it's like that's not how it should be. I agree, Farron. I think God is like whatever, if you believe it's outside of yourself or in yourself, it's just all about being the best, goodest. I don't know. It's just like you want to be a good think in this world, and like whether it's for a God or it's just yourself. Like, I don't know. And I believe people believe. That's the thing. I could never be mean to someone who believes because they believe in that. Like, I can't be mean to them.
No, and I think like Dave Smith said like he and like I'm not like, oh my God, Dave Smith, my almighty. This is just
I don't.
agree with.
I'll never be like that. So I know
This
what you
is
mean.
just something that I agreed with him on a spiritual level. When my children were born, I looked at life very differently than I did before.
You performed magic, like it was spiritual magic, whatever you want to call it. Like,
There is something to the fact that Adam and I came together. We grew these beautiful babies and we brought them into the world. And like, there's just something so beautiful and magical about that. That is not science. That is not something that can be defined, because when you love your child, it is one of the most unstoppable forces in the world. And guess what? There's people in this world that don't love their children. There is.
yeah.
But for the people that do, I just I truly believe that they come to a place in their life where they realize like there's something so much bigger than me. And I mean, when you get to that point, you're making a choice as a person whether you're going to accept that or not. And some people don't accept that. They don't accept that there's something so much bigger than that. There's something so much bigger than all their bad, all their trauma, all this other shit. There is this beautiful life that you just brought into the world. And like, listen, a lot of times, like, and I'm a mom, I get really annoyed when women will go on and on about bringing a baby into the world because, like,
you still got to get fucked. You got sex to do it, which is pretty cool and fun.
well, I don't think a lot of women nowadays mean it. I think a lot of women, along with men, it's virtue signaling. It's virtue signaling. Like, oh, look at what I did. And then there's people that like really feel that moment of bringing a child into the world. You know, like, listen, I've had female friends in my life that will act like they are God's fucking gift because they brought a child into the world. Like, good for you. You really realize how much that matters, though? No, you really don't.
How are you
No.
raising that life? That's important too. But the making of life is pretty fucking magical, in my opinion. Like, it's pretty fucking crazy. Like, it's crazy that you and me are here. You and me made it here. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. And it's like, but it goes back to what I said before, like, what are you going to do with it? Like, so many people can come across like beautiful, wonderful things in their life or bad things in their life, but it's how they react to it. And there's a lot of people that don't react to having a child as a beautiful thing, and then there are people that are.
that's true.
People are a very, very wild thing.
We are. I find it funny when atheists rage against religion when they simultaneously believe no free will exists and that the Big Bang created religion. By the way, why not rage against? Yeah, I'm like, people believe what they're going to believe. I had maybe a half a year of the angry atheist shit, but it was like, it was more my family acting culty, and they were acting culty. You know, it wasn't necessarily about the religion. It was, they were acting like cult people as people. So that's what I was more mad about. And then I get over it. I'm so thankful I had my ex-boyfriend, because at one point he was like, why are you angry? You know, he was like, you have to, you have to not be angry. And I was like, you know what? You're right. Like, I have to not be. You can't be angry. You can't just hold anger around. Were you looking at me real close?
Yeah, I think it looks like, I don't know, it looks like something was behind you.
Yeah, the fireplace. I'm moving around a little bit. I was gonna go in the other room, but I'm not sure. Are we still going? Are you still awake?
Yeah, so
We could. Do you want to? We can go on private if you want to go private.
okay, I'm gonna get a Dr. Pepper.
I love that you love Dr. Pepper so much. When I was at your house and you're like, Dr. Pepper's, I was like, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
So good.
Everyone there's still 11 people, well, 10 people watching. Do you guys want us to keep going? Or are you guys up just like listening to us? We're talking
Yeah,
tell us if we should keep going because
I'll go grab a Dr. Pepper and pee, and we can keep going.
all right. Stoner wants us to stay, of course. He always wants us to stay. I love Stoner.
I love Stoner too. Stoner, I've been watching the Walking Dead universe on Pluto. It's a little
You have
weird.
do you say Hulu? So do you have Hulu and Netflix now?
No, I said Pluto.
Oh. Pluto?
Yeah.
Oh, good night, Farron. Thank you for hanging, Farron. You're welcome to come on anytime, by the way. Zora. That's Zora. I love her. Are you gonna fall asleep? You were gonna go pee. Are you about to pass out? We'll see how she is after she pees. Stay overnight, snipper here. First shot, you're up late. Paul, shout out to Paul. He keeps texting. Farron, stop it! I love it. She gave us the sticker. Stop it. I love you. Sleep good. Paul keeps telling Elon to give me my account back. We should try it right now. Is it? It's midnight, East Coast. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm getting texts from people that are like, try it. Let me see. Who all is here with us? We got Stoner, First Shot. Who else is here? Farron's leaving. Oh, I'm one person. Wouldn't it be cool if I log in and it's like, it doesn't say suspended? Oops. Oh, shit. Oh, my new account, they're just making me do a... Oh my gosh, I got into my new account, guys. What? I guess Chrissy Mayer is going to be on... What time does this start? Chrissy Mayer starts at midnight Central on Rumble. Oh, is it midnight Eastern? Let me ask. Oh my God, I got into this Twitter. Let me check my other Twitters. Hold on, guys. This is interesting. I hope we'll see if Alice even makes it back. She seemed like she was at the end. Bucks. Oh yeah, Buxom. Okay, we got Zurich, Buxom. First Shot. Me watching. Okay, let's see if I have my account back. Which one I was logged into here. Did you come back? Are you here, Alice?
I do, and I have Dr. Pepper.
I checked my new account that I tried making the other day actually worked. I was checking my other ones. No, they're still suspended right now. They're still suspended.
It's gonna be a while now, y'all. I got my Dr. Pepper.
Dr. Pepper used to make me a little crazy. It used to like hype me up. The account that I have an account that's not suspended right now. Oh my God.
Okay, so
Christ.
how many people are still in here listening?
What'd you say?
How many people are still in here listening to this?
There's technically 7. We can go. Do you want to go private and go? Then you can go to bed. It's late by you.
Wait, what?
Did you want to? We can go private and talk for a minute, and then you can go to bed. It's late by you. It's late here, so it's really late there. All right. Thanks everyone for watching. This was a fun night.
It was. Lots of
We-
people. I ranted.
It feels good, doesn't it?
It does feel good to me.
Okay. Thanks everyone for watching. We love you. Thank you all for the super chats and shit. That's so sweet. We'll see if I can get the money actually from YouTube, but
Right.
that's the next step. All right. Bye everybody. Love you.
Bye, everybody.
See everybody later.